Bread.
Bruh.
What's up, everybody? Hello, friends. Hopefully the audio is less scuffed. Last time was pretty scuffed, but you know, I fixed the interloper media player. This is also really hot, fresh, spicy, toasty news here. Twitch just sent me this email saying that the keyboard tag has moved from no status to under consideration. So that means there may be a future in which we can stream under the keyboard tag, which would be really cool. So anyways, that's pretty exciting. That just got sent out like an hour ago. So anyways, that would be pretty cool. I do like the makers and crafting tag, but it would be cool, at least for discovery, to be able to go into the a keyboard tag and find all the keyboard streamers. But also for your consideration, the chat's in the way. I'm sorry, but I got to give credit to the OG Bre Glarses. We're streaming with the Bre Mat today, so yeah, that's it. He'll be kind of in the corner, but okay. Thanks for stopping by, Appa. Hold on. Appreciate you. But yeah, that's that's what we're streaming on today. I figure since I am I don't want to I was saying this earlier in someone else's chat. I don't want to be taking credit for the breath thing, because there's no way that I'm the first person. What's up, Rolly? There's no way I'm the first person to say bre with reverb on. I guarantee you that hasn't happened. Oh, that reminds me. More emote news. And by that, I mean there's no news. Other than that, I unlocked another emote slot. So let me zoom in a little bit here. So I took down and re-uploaded the right half of the Bre Basement emote. But then it didn't. We're still waiting on that one. I also uploaded the B emote. That's kind of like the sub badge, but I thought it'd be funny to put a Bre with just a big B on there, because I got another slot thanks to It's Libert Toast popping in with a spicy 20 gifties last stream. And then we also have a new Bre emote. That one got approved immediately, so I don't know what's going on here, but you know, it is what it is. You take what you can get. That's what I'm learning here. So yeah. And also for those of you just popping in, we have two new commands. Pat is Bre.
Bre.
And Elvin Bre.
Bruh.
I need to get the WB one, and I also want to get I want to get Mrs. Bre in there, which was my wife did a Bre last stream. So, anyways, we'll be working with that. But today we are building or rather rebuilding the NJ68, which is a hot swap keyboard from Drop. This is a build for a client. It's pretty cool. It's a themed build. So the board itself is pink. You saw the band-aid. I can't hide that. I can't pull a fast one on you, Filet. That's for the holy mod. We will be holy modding the stabs on this guy. But yeah, it's this cute little pink board. We will be swapping out I believe they're box reds that it shipped with, I want to say. Yes, box red switches. We'll be putting in Dragronfruits instead. And then the client said that they were going to use Octopus keycaps, which I happened to have. So we'll be doing our final sound tests with that instead. So, yeah, I'd never heard of this board before, but it's decently heavy. It's hot swappable. Like, I got no complaints right off the bat. So let me grab my cable and we can do I want to do a sound test, right? The Band-Aid market is upside down thanks to the keyboard streamers. Oh, is it wireless? Okay. I have no experience with this board, but yeah, when it showed up, I was like, dang, like I think it's an aluminum plate. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see when we pop it out. I just chatted the client to see if they want tape modding. We'll see. Yes, we will be tape modding. So I will grab some tape for that. Great. All right. So yeah, this will be cool. I'm excited about this, but first and foremost, I'd like to do a little baby sound test just to see how it sounds. I use the like green frog tape that's for like painting because it's a little bit thicker, and so I don't have to do 2 layers typically. That's what I'm planning to use, but I have like normal masking tape. I have blue tape, whatever. I know, Rolly, I need to get the WB working. Also, if anybody out there knows, I'm using trigger fire for my commands. Is there a way to not require the exclamation point? Because I see a lot of streamers with the -W-B, but I'm pretty sure trigger fire wanted me to use exclamation points for everything. So I don't know. If you got any advice for me, let me know. Also, I got a bunch of I still have like 8 slots left on Better TTV, so if you want any more emotes, let me know. First come, first serve. Also, we have a new channel point redemption. This one was courtesy of, was it Grid who suggested this? So last stream, someone popped in and said, hey, can you put a keycap on your WoW stick, like this electronic screwdriver, and spin it around? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. So I put a, okay, Filet, you have to pick one letter though. So what letter do you want me to spin? And I want to get the Flow Rider song in there eventually because it's funny. F? Okay, we'll spin F right round. Okay, here we go. See, the Phillips head is what you need too. So, all right, we got to pull some focus here. We got to give you counterclockwise. And then a little bit of clockwise. There you go. That's our new channel point redeem, is spinning a keycap on the WoW stick. So, I don't know what this channel has become, but that's what we're doing now. So, I mean, if you came in here expecting anything better than this, I am sorry. But get more realistic expectations. All right, we're going to crack the cold one. Today we got another strawberry lemonade spin drift. It's always hard to crack these with one hand. Here we go. I can't do it. Okay. That was the weakest. All right, that was pathetic. When your girlfriend thinks you're cheating on her, but you're spinning an F keycap on a WoW stick, right? It's like you're out with the boys, what your wife thinks you're doing versus what you're doing. It's just holding a keycap on a screwdriver and spinning it for the internet to watch. Anyways, all right, let's go ahead and do a sound test on this bad boy before we get started. So let's pull up monkey type. Did I get the new Rama keycaps? Not yet. I saw them. Oh, did I see them? Yes. But did I get them? Jury's still out on that. It's $160 plus Australia shipping, which is like $30 for a base set that doesn't even include Alice support. So I'm kind of not sure. But the turnaround is like 4 months. So that's what's like bringing me back. Is like, well, at least I'd have them relatively soon. I mean, incredibly soon, you know, relative to like GMK. Oh. I just got... Holy crap. I just got like 1 million. Oh, someone's going through... By the way, okay. Word of warning to anybody on any Keeb-related Discords right now. There's a guy going around posting at everyone links that are spam on a lot of these keyboards Discords. Do not click that. It's like a Nitro link or something. I just got pinged like 7 times on Discord for that, so watch out for that. Anyways, I'm getting royally distracted. It's time for sound test. All right. That's pretty decent. Like, all the 2U stabilizers are pretty serviceable. Spacebar definitely is a little rattly. And I don't like these keycaps. I think they're kind of thin. So I think the Polycaps are going to sound great. For a second, I remembered you weren't Australia. Oh, yeah, no, I live in Montana. So as, like, far away from any ocean as possible and also very much in the United States. So shipping from Australia kills me. Spacebar? Oh my gosh. All right. I should... Which spacebar do you want, Vay? Do you want this one or this one? Or do you care? The longer one? I think they're the same. So we'll do this one. This, like, OEM one. Because we have to take this one off anyways. All right. Oh, this one might be a little off center, actually. Hold on. This is how we tank the productivity of this stream. That's pretty good. All right. That's what you paid for, Vay. Are you happy with your purchase? We are cleared for takeoff. I just realized that the Rama keycaps are the same price as the Rama car. Exactly. Now, one of the things people were complaining about was the fact that they were selling... So the Rama keycaps come with this plastic case that they're selling if you just want the case for, I believe, $60. So people were saying, well, how about you just give me the keycaps without the case for $100? But it doesn't really work like that. I'm sure the case costs like $10 to manufacture or something. So if that, so it's like, I don't know. But it just is one of those things where these are double shot keycaps. Maybe it's the box switches. I bet it's these box reds that sound kind of hollow. Because these had a hollow sound to them that kind of reminds me of when you have OEM profile keycaps from like Keychron. But I think really it's just that these box reds tend to be that way. This might be actually, I'm not sure yet. This might be an FR4 plate now that I'm looking at it, but we'll see. Also, what's up, VR? Good to see you. Shouts out to VR. Great Keep streamer. Brought a lot of people to my Twitch, so if you're here, it's probably thanks to him. So thank you. I appreciate you being here. You feeling a little less tired? Had a little... You've had like a week, right? Since you got back? Nice, right on. Also, hit me up on Discord. I'll make you some animations if you want them, for sure. Some like these new ones.
Bread basement.
That's a new one. That's the only new one. I don't know why I said plural ones, but you know. You got a busy week ahead. Yeah, dude, I feel that. Today was a slog, but we got through. Now we're here on Twitch, feeling better. Bread basement, you know it. I also, this has been clipped, okay, so I'm accountable, but I'm telling you, I will make the bread basement sign for my back wall. I just, I need to move first. And that is an involved process, to say the least, so. Weekend was good. Been swamped. A lot on my plate. Yeah. Yep. Dude, yeah, moving. Should make it into a poster. I was thinking about making a bread t-shirt just for fun. I actually, so back in the day, I used to take like TV shows and properties that I couldn't legally sell, and I would make a limited, so I'd almost run it like a group buy where I would design the shirt, and then I would send the design out to my friends on Discord, because I'm in a couple Discord channels that are just full of like friends from all over the US. And then they would buy, or they would buy one, and then I would print them all and send them out. And so I did like a run of Gravity Falls t-shirts, because it's like I can't legally do that. But I screen print t-shirts in my garage just for fun, and so I was like, it'd be fun to like, I already came up with this design. I should make more than just one, because I think it's cool. And so I might do that with the Brea stuff, because I can stream content. Like I've wanted to actually for a while stream screen printing content. I just need a better setup in my garage for it. So okay, for now, let's dump these keycaps elsewhere. Let me just put them back in the box. What's the story behind screen printing? To be honest, it was because, yeah, exactly, Filet. It is exactly like that. It's just something I picked up because I had a lot of dumb ideas for t-shirts that I wanted to make, and I was sick of going to like, oh, what's up, Ozzy? How are ya? I was sick of going to like my local t-shirt printing place and having them doing like an iron-on transfer, because I really hate those. And so I was like, I should just learn the real way to do this. So I ended up figuring out how to screen print, building my own screens, building my own press, and then yeah, kind of the rest is history. I've made a ton of dumb shirts since then, and it's been really fun. So today we will be lubing these filming these dragon fruits and putting them in instead of these box reds, as well as I didn't know that Duroc made clip-ins, but they do. So we'll be putting in some Duroc clip-ins to replace these presumably cherry. And interestingly, these are reasonably lubed, it looks like, but we can do better. So how is your day going, Ozzy? What's going on? Let's pull the switches out for now. With one of two. Now I have two RamaWorks switch pullers. How cool is that? This one has the XO up at the top, and this one has one on each side. So just flexing on y'all a little bit. Not too bad. Just juggling kids and planning a stream. Nice. Is that stream for today, or is it it's gonna be later? Tomorrow. Nice. Waiting for some deliveries. Right on. Dude, the last few streams, the last two, I think, Monday builds, The board, it was they were both client builds, and the board came in that day. It was serendipity, to say the least. So it'd be like, I would text the client and be like, or message them and say, hey, your stuff came in. I'm streaming it tonight and sending it back tomorrow. So it's kind of nice to have it line up, because I'll normally like, you know, if they need a quick turnaround, I'll stream it the same day that it comes in. I'll just add an extra stream in, but it's kind of happy when it's like on a stream day, or sometimes if it's like it comes in the day before I'll stream, then I'll just do it the next day. But yeah, it's kind of nice. Also, fortunately, it looks like this PCB supports 5-pin switches, so we are in the clear for that. Got one thing that says it's coming tomorrow, so don't think it'll make the stream. Want to have something for backup? Yep. Fortunately, my backlog has grown quite a bit of personal builds, so I have stuff to do no matter what. I think I have like 15 sets of switches that need to be lubed at this point, so I can always just do that. Good issue to have, yeah. Yep. I am speed. I think I'll do a tutorial instead of a build Friday. Nice, right on. Can we get a sneak peek or a preview of what that tutorial is going to be? Or is that a secret? I always try to pressure Theremin Goat into giving sneak peeks, but he never will do it. Oh, it'll be long exposure photography. Cool. Oh, cool. Oh, interesting. I hadn't considered doing long exposure for a keyboard, but I did see that one of you. It was like you were like typing on a board, showing off the typing angle, but it definitely was like long exposure because there was definitely a lot of like motion in the photo, which I thought was really cool. So I've never seen anything like that before in a keyboard photo. Nice. Okay, cool. Light painting. I remember that was like when I first got a camera, I was obsessed with light painting. And like it was right around the 4th of July, so I would go out with like sparklers and draw stuff in the sky. It was really fun. I was really bad at managing my noise levels though. Like anytime I would do like a long exposure photo of the stars or something, yeah. It seems like there's a limit where, like, if you want to do a star trail kind of photo, you need to do it in multiple exposures. Otherwise, you might have too much noise. But I think it also depends on your camera, because I think Canon cameras tend to have pretty bad noise relative to like Nikon and Sony. So that might have been part of the problem. So go out and photograph light trails from cars. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I like city photos that are long exposure. And also, I think waterfalls look so much better if they're long exposure than if they're like a fast snapshot. So. Okay. Board is clear. Switches are oot, as the Canadians say. So let's go ahead and lube up these switches. I'm getting photography PTSD. Did you take a class on it, Filet? Or is it just like things you've tried? Also, shout out to Filet. He was streaming today. What's up, Frank? He, if you want to see a guy crash a car into a brick wall at like 1,000 miles an hour, go check out Filet's stream. It was very fun today. I was lurking in it a bit while I was at work. Oh, sorry. I mean, drive the course perfectly. No, it was cool. He was in a racing sim, and it was pretty cool. That was fun to watch. What's up, Frank? Exclamation point, Frank. Oh, yeah. Frank in a suit. Frank in a suit with a Batman mask would be like the ultimate Batman, you know? That's what I think. So, I mean, get on it. Bruh. Oh, Frank, check this out.
Bruh.
Bruh.
There you go. I put 2 new commands in. So, send me a bruh, Frank, and I'll put it in there. I want to get a Batman clip. Frank, I need to make you do a Batman bruh. I'll come into your channel next time and I'll redeem that. Oh, I'm excited now. Oh, I just have a... Do you use Streamlabs? Because I just use a VST. In fact, I can show you my VST. It's called... I don't even know how to pronounce this. Panagement. Panagement 2 is the name of the VST. And you can download it for free. And then you just get a... I just have a separate audio source that uses this VST
For the bruh.
So yeah, I'll send you a link for that. Anyways, that's how I do it. I will. Let me write that down though. To do, send Frank VST link. Done. I will send that over. Red Rover, send the link on over. Whoop. Oh, I need the, yes. I need the spring bag. I really don't want to drop a spring today. Because I did too much of that last time. Okay. Also, I was going to have my wife pop in on stream at some point, but apparently she's going to ride a motorcycle and she's too cool for me. So, no, I'm home alone. It's cool, though. Let's do it this way. There we go. Also, I have, for those of you who haven't seen, I have the bruh mat right here. So, shouts out to Glarses and his original bruh. If there was a filet bruh, it would be me screaming bruh right before I crashed into a brick wall. Hey, send me a clip. I want to be like a purveyor of bruh clips. So, if you've got one, send it to me, okay? I will come on stream with a trench coat and like be like, hey kids, want to buy some bread? We got all kinds of them. Maybe I won't. Do I even have a trench coat? I don't even know if I do. Actually, I think I have a trench coat because for Halloween one year, I dressed up as Mad Eye Moody and I bought a blue pleather trench coat that was like the hottest thing in the world to wear. I was sweltering. So, also, have y'all ever gone reverse trick-or-treating? Because like 10 out of 10 would recommend reverse trick-or-treating. It's got a little bit of a complicated setup, but it's very rewarding as an adult. And basically what you do, if you haven't done this before or heard of this before, is that you get a door in a door frame and you dress up as a grandmother and then have a big bag of candy. And then you go put the door in front of someone else's door and then you ring their doorbell and you have a sign on your door that says, please knock. So then they open the door, they see your sign, they knock on your door, and then you open it and you give them candy and you compliment them on their costume and say they look so cute. It's really fun. I highly recommend it. I did it a few years ago with some friends. The worst part is just lugging a door down the street. So Other than that, 10 out of 10 would recommend. Whoa. Frank, have you ever done it? It's super fun. Halloween is so dead. No, that's kind of true, though. It do be kind of true, though. Oh, no. Did I swap these? I did. Okay. Also, my order of TX films didn't come in time, so do I have... Oh, I do. I actually do have pink films. Good. I was worried that they didn't come in. Stupid clowns? What do you mean? We might need to do that. Ozzy, you should. Get your kids to dress up like grandmothers. It'd be so funny. It's great. It's wholesome, except for when people get mad at you. But if they get mad at you for that, they're just a grouchy person. It's only happened a couple times. You mean like the spooky clowns, like the... There's a bunch of clowns showing up. Oh, I know what you were talking about. They were like vandalizing stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Because I remember that a few years back. There were like people dressed as clowns coming into neighborhoods and smashing things. It's not very cool. Don't be doing that. I mean, it's funny. It's like say, don't be doing that to my chat. No one here would ever do something like that, but unless you're one of those bots that posts a wanna buy followers link, because that guy is 100% out there doing that. I guarantee you those buy follower bots are also be dressing up as clowns and smashing people's mailboxes. If one of them pops in here, I'm gonna ban it and put the ban reason as smash my mailbox with a baseball bat. In my area, this group of high schoolers hospitalized another student. Dude, I didn't know that there had been like personal violence. I thought it was just like vandalism. That sucks. Okay, man. That's kind of lame. Want to buy followers? DM me. Okay. Okay, Ozzy. I take that back. The next bot to do that is gonna get banned. All right, we're almost one bag of these things in. The interesting thing about the C3 switches is that they come in 25s instead of 10s, which means that sometimes you end up wasting more than you would like, you know, like overbuying, but I don't know. It is what it is. Someone was saying earlier too that they the different colors of the housings actually affect the plastic, like whatever the pigments are. So like, even though you would think that you could put like a kiwi stem into a dragon fruit housing, it doesn't really work that way. So I don't know. I haven't tried it yet, but to be honest, I'm not sure if I would even have the like manual dexterity to tell the difference, but maybe it's more about the sound. I'm not sure. Oh. Dragon fruit leaf kind of sucks. Oh, so it's about the metal. Interesting. I didn't know they were different leaves. Is it a different manufacturer? It chirps a lot, huh? All right. Well, we'll find out. At the very least, they're adorable, so that's the theme of this build. I guess I've never really like seen a stat before where it's like leaf manufactured by so and so. It's usually like housing by whatever, you know. And something about a translucent housing really gets me. That's why I love the C3 switches. Like, I think they're so great. I think that the kiwis are just, they're really pretty, and I'm glad that they feel great. Like, I have no qualms with putting kiwis in a board just because I think they feel really good. Good tactile switches. I have so many kiwis that I don't use. Well, that just means you need to buy more boards, my guy. Also, shouts out to the new folks who followed me recently. Dr. Doofin, Cottage Core 14. There's a couple people that found, and Judge Judy Slayer was one that made me laugh. I got the email. It's like, Judge Judy Slayer is now following you. It's kind of funny. But I always feel bad when people like interact with my stream when I'm not live so that I can't thank them. But unless your name is Patness and you're turning my lights on and off during the day, Patness. It's funny. We take those because they had a bad batch. Oh yes, I actually have a plastic deli container of kiwis that just says kiwis, and then I put another label below it that says scuffed, because I have noticed that on the Switch Couture that I put them in, some of them started to double fire, which is really annoying. So I might rip them all out at some point and swap them out with a new batch. So, and I had purchased 125 of them and I lubed them all, which is just annoying that it's like, that was a lot of work. And those ones are scuffed. But at least they replaced them for free. I mean, they just had me confirm my shipping address. And then they sent out another set. So I understand why. Oh, 400 with 4 different credit cards. You do not need to lube and film 110. Or you do need to lube and film 110 gas switches. Ah, yep. You have 800 now. Yeah. Well, Frank, it sounds like it's time for a lube stream. At least you're not Disastertron and it won't take you like 8 hours to lube 110 switches. Unless you are, and I don't know. But, see, this is why Grid uses 40% keyboards, is because then he only has to lube like 50, 60 switches tops. Usually 45 to 50. Smart man. What are you going to do with 800 kiwis? That's so many kiwis. That's more kiwis than you can shake a stick at. Don't want to get the Odin. What's up, Sam? How are you? You have to lube 100 switches. Oh. Been there. How are you today? Waking up early today. Gonna have class in 1 hour. Okay. Thanks for hopping in the stream before class. Get some coffee. Also, guys, check out Sam's channel if you haven't already. Your boy got founders. So I don't know if they're just ask Enmod for shout out. Sorry, Frank. I don't know if you're busy. I heard you recently collected 100 swords, my guy. So you're probably modding someone else at the same time. Also, we have a new emote. The little bray. We also have 2 more that are waiting in the wings. But for now, we got that one. And then we also have some commands for the Patness Bray and the Elven Bray. Bray. What's up, El Seba? How are you? Good to see you here. How is your day? I like to imagine Frank frantically modding 100 channels at the same time while wearing his tuxedo. I feel like I want to think that's what he's doing right now. You know? Like a ton of monitors. Like in the Batcave, where he definitely lives. Just modding channels. Tuxedo mod is a good mod. Yes, it is. Thank you for your service, Frank. Also, if y'all haven't tried this like Gateron Nutcracker style switch opener, my thumbs have never felt better. You know, you just pop the switch in there, give her a squeeze. I realize I've been mostly doing this off camera. Boop. It's open. Frank hires 100 teenagers who work for him in his basement to mod for him. He like he like Huckleberry Finns it. Mod overlord. He's just looking down at them. Yes, yes. Good mod. Oh boy. But he's still in the tuxedo in this scenario. I don't want to overlook that. When Quappa says he has to go to school, he's actually modding for Frank. Yeah, I didn't know. I see Quappa all over the place, and I was in Tim Keyless's stream, and Quappa comes in, and Tim's friend who was behind him was like, "Who's Quappa?" And he's like, "Oh, he's our resident miner." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize Quappa was so young." Pays the minimum wage and charges all of us as streamers premium rates. That's true. That is true. I pay Frank an exposure, though. Like all good content creators get paid in. Oh, don't worry. This thing that you've put countless hours into learning how to master will pay you an exposure. How much does he make you expose? Oh, no. We should have the next stream just be like live nude keyboards if I'm like taking apart a keyboard. I actually am taking apart a keyboard next stream. I don't know if I want to put that as my stream title though. But that's technically what it is. If I'm taking the switches and the keycaps off. Clickbait never fails. Yes, we are rebuilding this. This is a little hot swap board off of Drop for a client, and we're putting Dragronfruits in there, and we're gonna put Octopus. The client has Octopus keycaps, but I do too. So I was like, I'll just chuck them on there and see how it looks, and do a little sound test with that. So I'm very excited about it. Be careful once he has the photos. Once he has them, he will post them on Instagram, and then RamaWorks will retweet him or repost his story or whatever that is. Which I did see, by the way. Frank got your got some of your photos reposted on their story. That's pretty cool. Polycaps Octopus, yes. Did you see Polycaps announced, or Kinetic Labs announced a new set today? The corn set. It's like themed like corn cobs. They only posted a picture of the box, not the keycaps. Unlike the whale and octopus, though, these are die sub. So I'm curious to see the caps themselves and how the legends look, but I'm guessing the price will be pretty good. Kinetic Labs seems to price their keycap sets pretty well, and I like the coverage that they got. All right, this is our last switch to open. I'm gonna put a bunch of the bases in the switch opener, which this is gonna look great too. All these little pink switches in this green housing, making me want fresh fruit. Also, the AC guy finally repaired the AC in my office. So I'm finally not roasty toasty today. Happy about that. I'm so excited for fall also. Indisputably the best season. I know them's fighting words, but still. Same. Good. Good man, filet. Fall and winter. Summer's tough if you've got allergies. That's just, and also if you don't deal with heat very well. I understand if you don't have either of those issues, how it could be fun, because there's a lot of fun things to do. I just went hiking this last Sunday, which reminds me. Hold on. I need to listen to this video first before I show you. You only have 2 seasons? Hold on. What's up, poor timing? Hot and really hot. Ah. Okay, I have a video to show everybody. I went hiking this weekend and I collected this clip. It's an IRL clip. Bleh. Got him. I didn't have any reverb on that, but there you go. The 7,400 foot bray. It was my dying bray. Spoken with my dying bray. It wasn't that bad. It was like 2.5 miles up there. And then, you know, it wasn't super steep. It was just real windy up there. With his dying breath, he reached up and whispered in my ear, "Breath," and died. That's so beautiful. That brings a tear to my eye. What a way to go out. Okay. We got 1 batch of these. Let's get some lube and oil in the spring bag. Everybody needs a good spring bag. Why are you being such a spring bag? Let's pour one out for our fallen brethren. There's a lot of words that you could sneak a bre into, aren't there? I just need to be more creative. Y'all are really on this tonight. I like it. I like the peanut butter on my bread. A little slice of bread. That's good too. I like that a lot. Bread. I think I actually did make that joke already. Give us this day our daily bread. Which Bread pit. Oh, bread pit. Yes. That's a good one. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to smear around this. So what I do when I lube springs, by the way, if you... Oh, no. Oh, that's TOS, Ozzy. I can't be doing that up in here. So I put Tribosis 3204 in the bag, and I smoosh it around, and then I drip a little bit of Krytox GPL 105, which is the oil, in there, and then I inflate the bag, and I don't inhale the vapors, and then I shake it. And when I finally use up all my Advil, I'll do it in there. A small break from this bre. We can't, yeah, that's true. We can't overuse bre. Like, we can't burn it out this fast, you know? We gotta savor it because I can't run out of content. I need to stay relevant somehow. So that's how you get high. How do you lube the springs? Can you imagine if I got high? I would be a menace. I've never been drunk and I've never been high, and I feel like I don't think I ever want to know what I would be like in either of those states. Let's keep it that way. All right, let's do a little, let's do some filming actually. I think I need to lube the inside of the housings first. Let's get out my quickly dying canister of 205 grade 0. Fortunately, I got a backup. Everybody needs an understudy. And but we can get the most out of this. All right. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me adjust this mic. I keep hitting it with the end of my paintbrush. I was doing that last stream too. Okay. Also, I'm glad that this build didn't involve soldering because I did purchase an endoscope because I had some folks ask for a solder cam, but I haven't had time to hook it up yet, and so I get a little bit of time. Although I don't think I'll have it ready for my next solder build anyways, but anyways, that is coming up. I need to design a 3D printed clip to hold the endoscope onto the iron. Okay, one row done. Gotta check my phone. Is it my real estate agent? No. Dang it. Oh, it was the Adidas app. Letting me know that Donda is out. Alright. Well, too late for you. I already listened to it. And it was good. What lube did you use for your springs? I used, so yeah, in the bag I put Tribosys 3204, kind of smeared along the walls of the bag, and then I dripped in some Cryotox GPL 105 oil, and then I inflated the bag and shook it up. That seems to work pretty well from what I've found. You could probably use Cryotox instead of the Tribosys. It's just that I had a bunch of it that I wasn't using for switches, so I just use Cryotox 205 for all my switches. I know people use different switch lubes for different switches, but I'm just like, I don't know. At the end of the day, lube is lube, man. The viscosity will change between Cryotox grades, but not, I don't know. I haven't noticed a huge difference between Tribosys and Cryotox. Okay, we 2 rows deep. Which means we're about halfway done. We're not doing very many. I think we're only doing 75 switches today. I'll do all of them, and I'll send them all back. But just in case, like, if one of them breaks down and needs to get swapped out, then the client will have alternates that are already lubed. So I'm thinking about getting a 105, 107 to bag lube and save some time. Yeah, that's what I use, is the 105 for my bag lubing. It definitely helps a ton. Like, I've had a lot of people tell me how to do it with, like, oh, you know, put some lube on like a rubber mat and then dip the ends of the spring into it and stuff. And I'm like, that's a lot of work. And I like, if bag lubing gets you like 80-90% of the way there with a fraction of the time, completely worth it in my opinion. But I mean, if like the client wants something specific, I'll do it. It's just, you know, if they're not picky, I'll just do it this way. And it'll sound pretty good. You're more likely to hear a leaf ping at that point than a spring ping. You might still have a little bit of crunch, but I don't really know. Depends on the switch too. Just bought some TX springs. Nice. I've never spring swapped anything. I've definitely opened up some switches and been like, I don't love these springs and I should spring swap them. But I've never done that. At some point I probably will. Like the, some of the springs I don't like the weights of very much or the crunch of. I do like hyperglides, but they are one of the switches where I was like, yeah, I don't know about the springs on these, but 62 gram is pretty light. I actually really like these 80 gram seals up here on this board. I've become a big fan of those. I didn't think I would be, but they're really smooth, so you don't really notice it as much. I think we'll get the housings done with this lube, but that's it. Also, Sam, have you ever played the board game Pandemic? Which I realize is an ironic board game to be playing, you know, in light of recent events, but... Hyperglides are 80. I didn't realize it's heavy until I got to TX springs and the stock Hyperglides. Yeah. So yeah, there's a board game called Pandemic where it was released years ago. So it's kind of more ironic than anything right now, but you're trying to like suppress 4 different viruses across like the world as they break out. And you win if you can eradicate all of them. And it's a real world map with all the little cities on it, and you're trying to, like, you know, diseases spread from city to city and whatnot. But one of the cities is Jakarta, And none of us ever knew where that was. And then I saw in your bio, I believe it was you, that you're from Jakarta, Indonesia. And I was like, oh, I've seen that name before in a board game. Yeah. It's kind of like Plague Inc. or whatever that thing was called. Except the opposite, where you're trying to stop it. But anyways, I just thought it was funny that I was like, oh, Jakarta. I recognize that name. We're on the other side of the world. Yep, for sure. For sure. I actually have friends who visited Indonesia and they really liked it. So they definitely recommended that I go there someday. Is Grid in Indonesia too? Do you know Bali? I've heard of Bali. I'm not familiar with it though. Some people know Bali, but they don't know that Bali's in Indonesia. Interesting. I guess I don't know if you had asked me, like, outside of the context of this conversation, where is Bali? I maybe would have known, but yeah, I'm not sure that I would have right off the bat. To be fair, my world geography skills are very poor. I am a typical American who knows where the US is and Canada, and I don't know a lot else. I do know where Singapore is. I've been there, and I really liked it. Grid is from Indo. His house is 30 minutes ride from me. What? Have you visited him? You should. That would be a great crossover episode. I would be happy about it. You got to stream with him. Nice. You should go toilet paper his house. Have you ever done that before? Where you go throw... Well, I guess now it's terrible to do with the... Is there a lockdown right now? Before toilet paper became a hot commodity, when we were young and dumb, we used to go throw it all over our friends' houses because it was a pain to clean up. But I feel like that's pretty uncool now, given that it was like fairly recently a scarce commodity. Oh, yes. Bidet is better. We got one at work, and I was like, this is great. It is much better. I like the green and red combo. It gives me watermelon vibes. I agree. I was just saying that. It makes me like want some fruit. This is the lube station from Space Holdings, the green acrylic one, and then we're lubing up some Dragronfruits. So, yeah. Let us put some films on here, shall we? How's it going, Maestro? Thanks for joining on the stream today. Forgot shaving cream and eggs they use for good childhood. What? Is that another childhood prank I'm not aware of? Oh, you mean like egging a house? Because if that's what you're talking about, I definitely know. It's a combo of eggs, toilet paper, and shaving cream. Oh, dude, yikes. Okay, so one time when I was in high school, I was TPing a friend's house, but it was it was for a video I was filming, so I just needed footage of me TPing someone's house or toilet papering someone's house. So I put it all up, and then I had to immediately take it back down because I had talked to them earlier about it, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't want it left on our trees and stuff." But anyways, I was there early in the morning. Sounds good, Sam. Thanks for the lurk. So I was there early in the morning, and I was throwing toilet paper around and trying to get it up on the eaves, and then the neighbors of this family came home, and they're like, the guy pulls up in his pickup truck, you know, out in the middle of nowhere in Montana, and he's like, "Hey, what are y'all doing?" And we were like, it was me and my friend. "We're toilet papering your neighbor's house." And he just looks around and he's like, "You boys want a ladder? It'd be easier to get it on the roof." And we're like, "Oh, thank you." And he gave us his ladder, and so we could get up on the roof to put more toilet paper on the chimney. It was pretty funny. Gives you a ladder to be evil, so wholesome, right? Good neighbor relationship. Bunch of cars in all three and did some damage to the paint. Yeah, that's the thing. So when, like, I feel like eggs turn into glue, like, immediately. Actually, so when I got married, you know how your friends will like decorate your car and do a send off when you get married, right? Well, they did that. They put the streamers, they put the cans on the back, all that other stuff. But they also took a bunch of Oreos and they opened them up and they stuck the cream side to all of my windows on my car. Fortunately, they didn't put any on the paint, but they put it all on like every window except for the windshield was just covered in Oreos. And then my car sat in the sun for like a couple hours, and that sugar just like crystallized on there. And like I drove all the way from Montana to Portland in the rain with all of those Oreos on there, and I still had little sugar circles on my car for like weeks until it finally cleaned off. I had to take steel wool to it to get it off. So I don't think they were intending to do that, but don't do that. I don't think they realize how permanent Oreos can be. I guess I wouldn't have thought that either, but yeah. This feels like it's 2 switches, but I don't think it is. Or 2 films, rather. Switch films really go a long way on these C3 housings. Because, I mean, despite what C3 claims, I'm pretty sure they're just JWK housings. I think the plastic blend is maybe a little bit different, but that's how they can insist that they're not JWK housings, but fit and finish wise, they're virtually identical. So this is a personal build or for someone else? This is a client build. Yeah. It's pretty cute. It's a themed build. So it is a pink housing. And then we're putting Dragronfruits in it, which we are putting pink switch films in. And then we're using Polycaps, like the Kinetic Labs Octopus keycaps for the sound test. Those are my caps, but that's what the client has as well. So I wanted to really bring it all together. But actually, I do like this board. Just from what I've messed around with it, it's really solidly built. The stabs were like factory lubed pretty well. The 2U stabs all sounded really good. It just had box reds in it, which I'm not a huge fan of. They sound kind of hollow, so I think the Dragronfruits will definitely be an upgrade over box reds. But yeah, pretty neat build. Maestro, do you build keyboards? I think it's both. Rolly was in here earlier saying that it was wireless, or he thought that it was wireless. I haven't checked that, but there is an on-off switch, which makes, I mean, I don't know what else that is for other than being wireless. So yeah, I think it is wireless and hot swap. So what's not to love? Pretty cool. No, I do PC repairs and tech support. Nice. What's up, Elvin? Hey, Elvin. Hey, Elvin. First of all, if you're not following Elvin, get on that. But also,
Bruh.
Ayo. Oh, Custom. What's up, Custom Niches? Thanks for following. I've seen you around in Diz's stream. Which, by the way, poor guy, did an entire subathon with the Rona. What a champ. That's right, Elvin. I figured out. Really, Appa helped me get that working. How's your morning going, Elvin? Did you get your coffee? Appa is a champ. Appa can do whatever she wants. Not yet? Okay. About to. Good man. Good man. Custom, hey. Yeah. Poor guy. Hoping he's taking time to rest. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad he didn't stream today because he was supposed to stream the other, like, 2.5 hours he had left on his subathon. But I'm glad he didn't. You know, it's like, it's okay, man. You rest up. It's no joke, for sure. Feel better. So the thing you're putting down is like a washer. Yeah, it doesn't hold the switches in place. It's just an extra 0.15 millimeter piece of plastic to take up a little bit of the extra space so that the top and bottom housings don't wobble against each other. It's not necessary for all switches, and it's really not necessary technically at all, but it improves specific types of switches, and these are among them. So yeah, these are called switch films. If you ever see that term. Not too expensive. I think you can get a pack of 110 for like $5, I want to say, on TX or Mekibo. These are TX films specifically. There's a lot of companies that make films. I like these because you can get them in tons of different colors, and you can also you don't have to like peel them off of a sheet. Not familiar with the keyboard terms. That's why I said washer. Yeah, for sure. Do you do custom water loops too? Because you definitely need washers on that if you're a PC builder. Hello, Trixie. How's it going?
Bruh.
No, Frank. I do what I want. I guess I should have asked you, though, because you were just here. You had just popped in with a spicy little LOL. Just woke up from an impromptu nap. Nice. Like one of those naps where, like, you don't even know what year it is when you wake up. It's I've seen videos and it's a headache. Dude, I agree. And actually, so I had a horror story once. I bought a PC case that had a built-in like 3-unit water cooling radiator because I have an i9 9900 and it was just impossible to keep that thing cool. So I bought a case with it, and I had two I had ended up somehow with two like GTX 970s back in the day. So I had them in a RAID. And one day I noticed like some of the web pages I was hosting from my PC weren't working. So I went and checked, and the AIO like loop in the case had leaked and destroyed everything in the case. Well, the processor was fine, but both the graphics cards and like an Ethernet card were dead. And then I emailed the company and they completely refunded me for everything. The case, the graphics cards, the motherboard, even though that still worked, and the Ethernet card. And so I used that to buy a 1080 Ti and an air cooler. So that, but ever since then, I was like, dude, if I had built that custom loop and it wasn't like a manufacturer, then there's no one to go to if it leaks. Like your stuff's just dead. So that's kind of why I'm like, I'll do an AIO. So I have an NZXT Kraken on it now just because I couldn't keep it cool still. But anyways, yeah, I was worried it was 5 a.m. and I had to get ready for work. But it was 8 p.m. and all is well in Narnia. Nice. All right. Yeah, those AM PM flips are crazy when you take a nap and you're just like, I've had that before. I'm like showering, getting ready for work. It's like, oh wait, no. It's nighttime. Especially like, because I think Trixie, you're in like the northwest or at least the northern part of the US too. I'm in Montana where like in the winter it gets dark at like 4:30. And then the sun doesn't come up until like almost 10 sometimes. So it's like you really have no idea when it's AM or PM. Custom liquid cooling, not cheap. Yeah, plus not local, so you gotta wait for parts. And then you have steady hands for each bend of the tubes. Yeah, that's true. If you have to heat up those acrylic tubes and bend them. Yo, thanks for the follow, Maestro. Yeah, the Great North do be dark in the winter. I mean, at least it's not Alaska, right? Like, where you get almost 24 hours of sun or 24 hours of dark. Like, I should be thankful, but... Thanks for the follow, Mello. Welcome to the stream. May I welcome you to the...
Bread basement.
That's what we call the stream here for reasons I'm still unsure, but you can thank Elvin and Appa for that one. Whoa, got too many springs here. I think I scared them off. Yeah. Oh, the alert, the little pop-in. Yes, it is. It's a little, I made that in After Effects. It's a little, it's a Betamax tape that pops in. Yes, they are Dragronfruits. Good eye. We are building a Keydous68 for a client today. It's this little pink boy. And we're putting, it had box reds in it, and we're putting in Dragronfruits. The memories, yes. Yeah, this whole entire channel is based on kind of the Betamax and the old Sony VHS tape branding that I remember when I was a kid. And I really like the color scheme and the fonts. My face is in a VHS tape case, and then this little thing, like right here for the latest follower and sub is VHS tape as well. My first VHS was the Michael Jackson Thriller music video. Nice. Hello, Appa. Welcome back. How was your anonymous errand? Hopefully you were picking up stabilizers from the mailbox. That's what I'm hoping. Oh, I went to eat dinner and it was okay. Okay. When I put my headphones on, I got hit with the welcome to the bread basement. Good. Good. Perfect timing. I heard only a few family-owned Blockbusters still exist. Oh, I didn't know that they even existed at all. Stabs, but not a Keeb came in the mail. Wait. Oh, not Stabs, but a Keeb. Okay. I see. Can you divulge what Keeb it is? Or are these secrets? Or is it Vayar finally shipping you your AV works? or your Ivy Works, the AV3. I remember going to Blockbuster and renting Pirates of the Caribbean and feeling like the coolest kid in the world. Good times. I also remember when you had to rent the entire VCR. That was weird. Nope, but it's the Design 03. Interesting. What is that? Can you share a link? I always enjoyed the free snack, drink, and popcorn after each 10th hole punch. Nice. Oh, Frank. Frank with the spicy link. Let's take a peek. Oh. Yes, I have seen this. This is the one from, what's the builder's name? It's not, it's not Kool-Aid Papa. It's, oh, what is his name? I follow him on Instagram. Anyways, these are really cool. I love the way that the foot looks on this. I don't know if there's pictures. But the way that it curves is so interesting. Yeah, it looks really, really unique. Arctangent, right? Yeah. It looks really, really unique, and I really like it. So I haven't picked one of these up, but they definitely seem cool. And I'm a huge fan of stacked acrylic boards, so... Oh, also, Elvin and Appa and Frank, if y'all are here, I have a new clip for you guys. I already closed the tab. What's up, King Demi? Thank you. These are Dragronfruits. Frank, I will show you. How are you, King Demi? All right, guys. I went hiking this weekend, and I just wanted to show you the beautiful scenery that I got to see in the great state of Montana. Okay, so here you go. Bleh. Got him. I knew it. Frank knew it. Well, Frank, you didn't call it, so I got you. I think that's how this works. I've decided as of recently that I'm going to try to sneak a bra into stuff when you aren't expecting it. Also, I don't think... Oh, Elvin, you missed it? Dang it. It's okay. I reserve the right to show that clip whenever I want. And nobody spoil it, okay? I need silence in the chat when we show a new person. Oh, hey, what's up? Cool. Yeah, we're just, we're lubing the switches right now. Got the films in already and the bottom housings and the springs lubed. So I will, once I get all these springs in, I will lube the stems and then the top housings and we'll rock and roll. But we did a sound test already with the board with the box reds and the stock caps. We got the switches pulled out right now, and then I will put in the new stabilizers once we get those lubed, and then also the Octopus caps. So we do. Frank, you need to send me a Batman bra at some point. Sounded a bit too mushy for me. Yeah. Yep. Cool. Yeah. I'm excited to hear the sound test on this guy. Once we get her done. The stock stabilizers were lubed, and the 2U ones sounded pretty good, but the spacebar was pretty clacky schmacky. Did you already do? Yeah, Appa. Did Frank already do a Batman Brett? I guess we were having trouble with clipping that for DMCA purposes, but. I guess I gotta get the reverb effect first. Oh yeah. Frank, I'll chat you that for sure. For sure. Well. Okay. Do wonder how the clickies from the same fruit line switch. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know if C3 is planning to make? Maybe you do. Maybe they are planning to make clicky switches. But I haven't seen any rumors of that. But I'm also not super in the loop on those things. I gotta get some more lube. There it is. Oh, also, Shinber's not in here to hate me for this. But I heard they're planning to make a blue switch. Okay, that makes sense. What's a blue fruit? Oh, blueberry. Duh. Nice. All right. Well, that'll be interesting. They're gonna be so clicky. But I was saying like, so I've never entered artisan raffles before, and I entered one for the first time because I finally found an artisan that I liked, which was the Gooey Keys Imperial. And on my first, oops, hold on, I don't want to lube the legs on this. Just saw a teaser for the blueberry. Okay, cool. Right on. The nice thing is, I don't think typically you even need to lube clickies. Not sure if the blueberry is going to be an exception or not, but that might be a nice, like, stock switch to try out. But anyways, so the Imperial Artisan is the Gooey Keys artisan that I entered the raffle for. And I won like the first try, and Shinber was really upset because I got it first try, and I've never entered one before. This is the artisan in question. Let me zoom in a little bit. Well, they had another raffle, and guess what I won? I just got the black and white one of these, so I'm pretty happy about that. Anyways, really pretty artisan though. Gooey Key. Yes, I have another one coming at some point. Also, yeah, Gooey Key's streams, so you should definitely go check his stream out. It's pretty cool to watch him actually make these artisans. Very talented man. Yes, thank you, Elvin. If you subscribe to him on Twitch, you can get a raffle pass. I'm not 100% sure if that completely guarantees that you'll win the raffle. But I saw that on the checkout. Or the form I had to fill out. Hold on. Something is astray on this housing. The leaf is being weird. Let's check. Let's investigate. Let's the leaf is a little bit weird on this stem or this housing. Because we have extras, I'm going to quarantine that one. I will check it later to see if it's okay, but if it's bad, I will separate it just in case. That can sometimes happen with these things, is the leaves get weird. Okay. let's close up this first one and just see how it sounds. Slimer from Ghostbusters would enjoy gooey keys. Oh, it's blackberry. Oh, interesting. Let's check. Holding a raffle pass for gooey, waiting patiently. Yeah. 20XX in purple. Interesting. I wonder if he'd ever do a request. Oh, that dude. This is a really pretty switch, this blackberry. Are you serious? Look at this thing. Yo, I would be all over that. Huh. Cool. Thanks for sharing that blog post. Oops. It did the whole perfection thing where everything bounced. Yeah, I wonder too. You know, because like normally clicky switches are not like, other than the box style, those are like the most premium. I think like box jades, box navy, they tend to be the more, like if you're gonna get a higher end clicky, because there just isn't a lot of innovation in the clicky space. But I wonder what those will be. Some money on those clickies. Cool. Well, I mean, yeah, I'd be curious how those sound, for sure. Okay, here is how this thing sounds. Let's put it in a board. Not too bad. Awesome. Good, good, good. Nice. I like it. Sweet. Alrighty. Let us proceed with reckless abandon. Not really. I may have already lubed. I did lube this already. Gotta be careful. Don't want to lube the little legs. When you're lubing tactile switches, you generally want to avoid, and again, this is preference, so people can do things different ways, but generally you want to avoid these two little legs that interact with the leaf, because that would reduce the tactile feedback. So I typically will still try to lube that side of the switch. So I'll just lube this little like forehead part of the switch. And it always reminds me of that scene in Lion King where Rafiki like uses his thumb to like wipe something on Simba's forehead. It's like that's what I'm doing to the little stem. Simba. It really does look like dragon fruit when it's like in this green board, you know, with the little white stems. Just needs the little black seeds. All right. I'll probably put the tops on these things like one row at a time, just because I'm worried that they're gonna pop out of this tray. There we go. Heading out. Class is starting. Sounds good, Sam. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I'm sure I will see you on your next stream whenever that may be. And congrats again on affiliate. That's huge. Yeah, for sure. See you later. Have a good one. Enjoy your class. Oh, I'm hearing a door. It's possible that my wife is back. She was learning how to ride a motorcycle today because she's cooler than I am. She was also planning to get sushi, so I don't know if I'm going to get in on that or not. Sounds like a pretty good day to me, though. Sushi and motorcycles. Is she a cruiser or sport bike person? I think at this point she's a whatever I can ride that won't kill me person. Her dad, my father-in-law, I think he picked up like a dual sport, so like more of a dirt bike that can go on roads a little bit. So I am terrified of motorbikes, but I think that's because my only experience is riding on the back of my dad's when I was little, and I don't like having to lean with the driver. Like if I'm not controlling it, it's scary to just like lean. Especially when you're going 60 on a lot of the streets in Montana. The roads. But I feel like it would be fun to actually drive one for real, but I've just never done it. All right. Whoops. We'll get that guy. Yeah, adventure bikes are cool. I like them. I like the vibe of those like Honda Cafe racers a lot. Sounds good. Thanks for stopping in. If not, I will send you a clip of the sound test. If I somehow manage to speed run this thing. What do I have left to do? Yeah, so I need to finish lubing these switches. Then I'm going to tune the stabilizers. So I have these Duroc clip-in stabilizers. I'm going to holy mod them, so I'll be adding little pieces of Band-Aid into those guys. And then I'm going to Tempest mod the PCB, which is where you put tape on the underside of it. And then assembly and sound test. So... yeah, that's what I got left going on here. I need a place to put, I'll just put them in there, to put all the finished switches. So, usually if I'm building a board, I will solder the switches on like a previous stream, but since this is a hot swap board and there's no soldering involved, I figure it would just, the stream would be over in an instant if it was hot swap, so... I'm lubing today. Also, this board came in today. Like, it was really good timing. I was planning to stream today anyways. The board arrived in the mail this morning. So, yeah. Mello, are you new to the keyboard community, or are you a seasoned veteran? Either way, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. We get all kinds of folks coming through here, which is really cool. Oh, that's a bottom housing. Very new. Nice. Right on. Well, cool. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the rabbit hole. It is very fun. I enjoy it. Do you have a board yourself, or are you looking to do a custom, or? There's a whole lot of options out there when you're first starting, and I know it's very intimidating. I was definitely feel that, you know. And there's a lot of opinions. Everybody got one. Just ordered your first GMK set. Nice. Yeah, you got some time, though. depending on when you ordered it, it's typically about 18 months right now. There's rumors that they're gonna hopefully start speeding up production pretty soon. But tofu 60, nice. I love me a tofu. I use a tofu at work actually, which is funny because I have lots and lots of keyboards, but I keep coming back to that tofu. One thing that I highly recommend on the tofu is O-ring modding it, which is where, so the way that board is constructed is called a tray mount. So the PCB sits on these little posts that are threaded. Oh yeah, okay, all right. The group by ends tomorrow, so it's gonna be which keycap set is it? But the PCB sits on these little standoffs with threaded inserts in them. And so if you take little rubber O-rings and put one on the screw and then put the screw through the PCB and put another underneath and then just barely screw those screws into those standoffs, then the keyboard is resting on rubber rather than on the screws, and it makes a world of difference. So I did that a few streams ago, and I adore it. So I highly recommend that. I can also post a link. If you're in the US, they have these O-rings on Amazon and they work really well, but I'll post a link in the chat in a second here for those, but definitely worth doing, I would say. It's gonna do that and use silicone to dampen the board. Nice. Yep. Do you have switches that you're leaning towards? Whoop. GMK Harvest. Oh, yes. That's a beautiful set. Yeah, let's take a peek at those. Yes, these are great. Very nice. Well, those are pretty desk mats too. Nice. Very cool. Been leaning towards Tangies? Yep. Tangies are nice. They're nice and smooth. I like nice PBT for in stock. Yep. Yeah, Canon Keys runs those, right? I think I saw they had another nice PBT set. Or maybe somebody else does that. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Sugar Plum was one that they ran, but they Beach Day, that's the one I just saw. This is in stock now. 75 bucks for, I haven't even looked at the kitting on this. It's pretty good kitting. It has Alice support. It has full size support. I don't love the colors, to be honest. I mean, it kind of reminds me of Godspeed, which I didn't really like either. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm crocheting, so not talking much. Curious because you said GMK. Has anyone else got in on Slasher? I have not. But it is a cool set. Let's look that one up. GMK Slasher. The theming is on point. This logo is amazing. The fonts up above, like the GMK logo is amazing. Like I've been very impressed with the everything about it. The mods are amazing. So No Escape is that's such a good novelty. Like, come on, are you kidding me? The only reason that I've considered it is because of this VHS tape for like the tab key. But I don't know. Boy, it's kind of like Red Alert in a sense, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I'm very interested in it, but we'll see. I don't know. I have too many group buys out. In fact, how many GMK group buys am I waiting on right now? Let's see. I'm getting so distracted. Let's see. Keycaps. I'm thinking of this one and a red KBD D84. Nice. Right on. Let's see. That's an EBBT. So these are all the pre-orders. 18. I'm waiting on 18 GMK group buys right now. That is way too many. Oh, man. All right. The nice thing is, like, I guess at the end of the day, you can always sell them for at least what you paid for. I've never seen a GMK keycap set sell for under what it originally listed for. Here, let me post this link in the chat. These are the O-rings you could put on a tofu. They work super well. Definitely recommend them. This one, yeah. I mean, dude, I guess, I don't know. I'm reconsidering now. I had browsed, through, I'll go through the ICs on Geek Hack every once in a while, and I had looked over that one, but I hadn't really looked at the novelties until right now, and now I'm like, do I need that set? I might need that set. It's so good. And no, never mind. I was gonna say it might arrive just in time for Halloween, but that would mean that it'd be a 12-month group buy, but it's most likely gonna be 6 months after Halloween. Oh well. We'll see. GMK is claiming that, I mean, because I know there was a resin shortage as well, which is what delayed a lot of stuff. But I know Mike from Novel Keys posted an update video where he was like tentatively optimistic about GMK's timelines shoring up a little bit. So we'll see. Hope for the best, but anticipate the worst, I suppose. Interesting. I was planning to Tempest mod this board, but I don't see any like obvious entry points. But I think it's just plastic that you can unclip, so we'll see. But yeah, honestly, yeah, if you built a tofu with tangerines and you O-ring modded it and chucked a GMK keycap set on it, I think that would sound amazing. Ooh. What, have you picked a color of a tofu case? I know there's a lot of them. I have the gunmetal one, and I think it looks nice. But I also think E white looks amazing, and E yellow, like all the E ones. Very excited for it. Might stream or record it. Do it. Yes. I'll check it out. I'd love to see it. The nice thing is, too, the part that's probably going to take the longest to get is your keycaps, but you can always build it with other keycaps and then put your GMK ones on later. That's what I did. It was funny how like I had been in the keyboard hobby for like about a year by the time I finally got my first group buy GMK set. I had purchased extras of other GMK sets like during that time, so it wasn't the first one that I owned, but it was the first group buy that I'd ever ordered. I know something similar happened to Ozzy where it was like he had been like a pillar in the community for a long time, and then finally he got it group buy in, you know. Burgundy red to match the EVA. Oh yeah, EVA 02 from Evangelion. Nice. Actually, I think they make EVO2 switches. I'm pretty sure because I made the EVO1s. These guys. I lubed these a few streams ago. But I'm pretty sure they have EVO2s. It's funny. This is like the second stream in a row where that switch came up in conversation and I just happened to have it right there. Like I'm super prepared or something. Waiting on 11 sets of GMK. You might. This is you in the future. Do you like what you see? Let's see. EVO2 switches. Yeah, Kono had a run of these. Oh, and they're in stock right now? Are you serious? Well, here you go. These are some JWK linears. Probably a little bit cheaper than tangerines too. So if they suit the bill, well, they can play instruments too. Oh man, I've had a lot of people ask me for like a drum stream or a guitar stream, but I'm thinking I'm gonna wait. You know, build up the hype so that I can have maximum disappointment when people finally hear me play. You know? And I also sincerely think anyone can play an instrument. You just got to find one that you like. I took piano lessons for 10 years as a child, and I despised it. And I told my teacher every day, I'm going to play the drums someday, because those seemed fun. And every day she said, or every lesson, she's like, no, you're not. Keep playing the piano. And then finally, my parents were like, okay, 10 years is probably enough to know that you don't like something. Let's let you play the drums instead. And I got hooked immediately. And yeah. So, suck it, my old piano teacher. Look at me now. I'm on Twitch building keyboards. There we go. Cool. I think that's 10s or 16. Yeah, 16 switches down. Let's go. We're getting there. All right. Let me just check real quick. I have some Discord notifications. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let us proceed. Oh, Keeb Noob is streaming right now. Well, I haven't seen a Keeb Noob stream in a while. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention. Keeb Noob is the opposite of a Keeb Noob, and she can build firmware for boards. Like I think the Saturn 60 keyboard, she did the firmware for that board, which is pretty cool. The EVO2 sounds very good. Yeah, I like JWK linears. I think they're a really good switch for the money. I don't think they're quite as like bang for the buck as like a Milky Yellow, like a Gateron Milky Yellow, but I think that they are a bit better than a Gateron switch, and they're totally. If you can find a JWK recolor for like 35, 40, 50 cents a switch, they're pretty good. It's also kind of hard to get your hands on tangerines. That's the issue, is like, because it's not like a group buy usually. Although I think they did that last drop, was they did a more of a group buy style, but usually it'll be like the key company is like, hey, we've got some tangerines and we're releasing them at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Come and get it. And then their site legs, because everyone's excuse me, everyone's trying to buy them, and then yeah, I don't know, it's just like a mad dash, which is kind of frustrating, but at least it's like you get them reasonably quickly after you order them, which doesn't happen the most. It's going well, Layman. Thank you for stopping by. Also, RIP Layman's name on Disastertron's desk mat. He that was pretty funny. He's like, I haven't misspelled a single name, and then he writes dabbling layman on his desk mat. It's like, bruh.
Bruh.
Come on. It was funny. Oh yeah, he eviscerated your name on his desk mat. It was pretty funny. Like literally moments after bragging that he had not messed up someone's name. I think he tried to fix it, but it's still there. You should definitely go check the VOD. That like 36-hour VOD. You'll see it at some point. It's pretty funny. Yeah, me too. I saw that today. I was saying earlier, I'm really glad that he's not streaming today just for his sake, you know? That he didn't feel like he was obligated to finish, because I was like, please, just get some rest, my guy. So that's probably why he misspelled your name. He was delusional and feverish. Delirious, I mean. I think delusional and delirious have much different implications from each other. But yeah, we just finishing up this lube job here for these dragon fruits, and then I'll move on to holy modding the stabs. Yeah, definitely. It's kind of nice to like, though, like of all the jobs that you know, it's like if I was at work all day and then I found out the next day that I had tested positive for COVID, you know, that would be kind of bad. So it's kind of nice that like at least he was still able to hang out with us and spend time without worrying about that kind of thing, you know? Like, no one is IRL kind of with him. So if he wanted to stream because he was just super bored, it would be cool to actually be able to keep him company. You know what I mean? Because I tested negative, but I know they administered the test wrong, and this was like August of 2020. But I had like pretty much all the symptoms, and it was just miserable for like 2 solid weeks. And it just sucks to like, I mean, the lockdown was bad enough, but then it's like, I don't even want my wife to come in the room with me because it's like, we're trying to keep people safe here. You know, she works in the medical industry. So anyways, it was a whole thing. So hope it gets better soon. Shouts out to Disastertron. If you're not following that guy also, definitely go follow him. He just passed like 1,200 actually. He blasted past 1K. And now he's at like 12 or almost 1,300, I think. So, dodge that bullet so far. Yeah, yep. The test was honestly the worst part. Like, they scrub your brain with a Q-tip, and it was awful. So, 0 out of 10 do not recommend getting your brain tickled with a Q-tip. But I had a pretty strong reaction to the vaccine, which I've heard can indicate that you have had it before, which kind of confirms my theory. So I don't know. Got my Pfizer doses in. But my wife had Moderna, and she had the same reaction to it that I did. And I don't... Well, I guess it's likely that she also had COVID if I did. Just because it's like very unlikely that I didn't give it to her. Given that we live together, so... Nice, right on. That's good. My arm was also really sore. I don't know about you, but like my arm was sore for like 4 days. But totally worth it. Yeah, the headache was annoying for sure. I remember I stayed home from work because I got it on like a Wednesday, and then I think that Thursday and Friday I stayed home from work because I was feeling terrible, and I just put like vaccine hangover on my sick request for work. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we were only out of the office for 6 weeks, and then we were back in like I want to say like early July or something. So I have been back in the office for over a year now. Wow. See, I feel like that might be kind of nice because like I get it. The firm that I work at is primarily electrical engineering, and I'm one of 3 software engineers, and we really just write software to support the hardware because there's like 20 hardware people almost between the hardware and the firmware. So we have to work with hardware, so it makes sense that we're in the office. But for me, it's like I'm the software guy. Could I not just be home sometimes? But it's cool. I get it. I understand the like need to have people around. And when I am writing, because I write a lot of Bluetooth applications that interface with hardware, so I need to have the hardware to do it. But it is what it is. And no one has spread COVID at our work. It's pretty small, and we have a pretty good policy for mitigating it. So. Ooh. All right, there we go. Let's check and see. What are the odds that my emotes have been approved? 0. Come on, Twitch. It's funny, like, I uploaded that Brett emote, I think, like Sunday night, so like last night, and it got approved immediately. And and so I went and took down the left half or the right half emote and re-uploaded it, and it's still pending. Also the B emote, so we'll see. They are out to get me. Hello, Appa. Welcome back. Are you modding anybody right now? Or just vibing? How was your dinner? Dog jam? Oh, do I not have that emote in here? Excuse me. Hold on. I did put out a call to action. Oh, there it is. It was okay. Just okay. Oh, the colon. I see. It's like the Discord emotes where you do like colon something colon or Slack. Does that way too. Food at home is always okay. Do you like to cook? The food at home. Ah. Once I learned how to make my own Crunchwrap Supremes, the game totally changed. Oh, dude. Yes. I my parents, God bless them, are the worst cooks. So I moved out a week after I turned 18, and the first thing I did was like, I need to learn how to cook because I have I've been eating frozen pizzas and chicken nuggets for far too much of my life. And so, yeah, it is what it is. I might be moving back in with my parents, which is interesting. It's been 10 years since I lived at home, but you know, my back lease on my condo is up on the 19th, and my house is not done yet. So, we'll see. But the nice thing is, like, when I go home, I will be in I'll be in my parents' basement, which is currently full of cats. They have 3 kittens. So, they have 2 kittens and 1 super old boy, actually. But yeah, we'll see. When basement becomes parents' basement, exactly. Need both parents to record a Brea? I should. I should go, like, 0 context, just collect Brea clips from all my friends. Traveling Brea. Hey, Op, are you still here? Did you see that clip that I showed earlier? I'm telling your parents you 2 hate home-cooked meal. Oh, no. Frank's gonna rat on you, Appa. Okay, Appa, I have a clip for you. I went hiking on Sunday, and I took some footage of the scenery, okay? And I'm here to show it to you guys. So, nobody say anything in chat. Bleh. We got him. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for not spoiling it. The 7,500 foot Brea. That's what that was. Yes, Frank, record a video as Batman Frank. Like a confession video. Just like a sheet behind you. You're wearing the mask. And then just be like, Appa's parents. I have something to tell you. You may need to sit down. Appa doesn't like your cooking. Do they even... Appa... What would they say if people just, like, called you Appa to them? Would they be like, who is Appa? This is weird. He out of Brea? I did. I hiked myself straight out of Brea. Gotta take a big, deep Brea and keep hiking. Take a big, deep Brea. Get back to it. Appa's parents will take my letter seriously. Oh, it's a letter. You should... dude, I just want to see you post a video where it's you dressed as Batman, but like Victorian music, and you have a giant piece of parchment and a quill pen. And you're just like, Dear Mr. and Mrs. Appa. Mama and Appa. Regretfully, I have something to tell you. Hello, Patness. Hey, Patness.
Bre.
Behold. If I do a subathon, I should have a goal being write a letter to Appa's parents. And then I actually send it to them. That would be great. I would do it too. Wait, yeah, no, it'd be Mr. and Mrs. Appa. And I will write it with like a quill pen on a huge piece of parchment. Patness has been in here all day. It's been up in my chat, flashing my lights. The funny thing, Patness, is that I don't work from home, so the only way I know that is because I have remote control over all my lights, and I'll see all the colors change, and I'll be like, wait a minute, someone's in my chat.
Bruh.
You know what I should do? This is a great idea, guys. I should have the Patness Bre command also change all of my lights to blue. Like every light in this room. I'm gonna get that done. So everything's on theme. Done? It's not done up. No, I haven't done it yet. I need to do it still. Do we need to clip the receipt? Do not. No, I can only handle one unfulfilled clip receipt at a time. And I still have outstanding clip receipts on this channel. So honestly, though, that one's a lot more attainable than the first one. What's up, Definitions? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Also, Elvin's impressions today just killed me. He did impressions of a lot of streamers, and it was so funny. I hope somebody got all those clips. My turn? For impressions? No. I haven't spent enough time in other people's streams to do that. I will someday, probably. But I usually just lurk in Elvin's chat. Excuses. That's true. I'm punting here. Don't expose me like that. Dabbling lame meme. I'm just gonna start calling you that now because you've been rebranded by Disastertron. You're married, right? You should. Is your wife Dabbling Lay Ma'am? These are terrible nicknames. Patness, how's it going? What you up to? Wife doesn't know how to Twitch? Well, there's no time like the present. You know what's funny is, so my wife is moving out of town for a few months for school. And part of me was like, should I set her up with a Twitch account so she can at least feel like she's hanging out with me like 3 days a week? I was like, I don't know if she would be offended or she would be interested in that. I'd be like, no, just call me. Okay. I wonder if Keeb wife... No, I bet Mrs. Bre is available. I should snag that while I can. I literally just wake up. Hey, thanks for being here. Creative interloper. Okay. That's a good one. That's probably not taken. That would cause some good confusion. Mrs. Bray. That's what I'm saying. If Mrs. Bray is available. I shouldn't say these things live though, because then some of y'all are gonna go out there and steal the name. She can take Duck Detective. That would be really weird. Be like, hang on a second. I'm getting some deja vu from my boy. But I bet she would like that name. She's a huge Gravity Falls fan. She got me into that show. Appa, you need to send me a bre. I don't have an Appa bre. It is the best show. Confirmed. Help me with reverb. Okay, I got you. I'm helping Frank with reverb too, so I will. Yeah, help me with reverb. Okay, I'll hit you with a help me with reverb.
Help me.
There's your help me with reverb. I cracked myself up. Let me write this down though. I'm gonna help Appa with reverb and Frank. It's a VST for OBS. Send Appa reverb link. Listen, Frank, you should know that I am capable of multitasking. Because I keep forgetting to ask for your help and I mod my own channel. And then I get yelled at. Frank gets upset with me when I mod my own channel and he's here. Yeah, a VST is like a virtual instrument or effects type of thing. So I just found a free reverb VST. How's tactility with Dragonfruit switches? I have Boba U4Ts, but I think they're too tactile. Yeah, they I haven't actually used them personally in a build. I have some, but I've not put them in anything. So I would say, yeah, Bobas are pretty tactile. I do love Bobas, but I will let you know once I get these built in the board. But yeah, we'll find out. I am a tactile fanboy, so I think I should at least have a reasonable scale of which I can tell you. Cool. Yes, this will be a good experiment. I know that the dragon fruits tend to have a bit of a leaf ping, and there's not a lot you can do about that, but as far as their tactility goes, I'm not sure. Appa, I'll help you with the VST. I know some of them that I have don't get recognized because I record music on here. I have a little little keyboard. Hello. And so I have tons of VSTs for this thing. And some of them show up in OBS and some of them don't. So I have one that definitely does. So I want to get a like a talk box thing so that I can play music and then my voice comes out in whatever notes I'm playing. I think that would be super fun. So I'm trying to work on that too, so I can sound like a robot. That'd be super fun. It is a hidden keyboard. Nobody even knows. I've been streaming for like 6 months and y'all didn't even know that was there, huh? It's funny, most of the people that I meet who don't know anything about mechanical keyboards, when I tell them I build custom keyboards as like a side thing, they immediately think of that. They think like musical keyboards, but I always have to disappoint them and say no. They're smaller and more expensive. And then I hit them with a patinus bruh and I leave the room. Like this. Oh, I'm so slow.
Bruh.
Just like that. I should should I make it so that every time Patness says something in chat, it plays that clip? I think that's a good idea. Probably. You know those plugins that a lot of streamers use where maybe when she enters, yeah, that's what, because a lot of streamers use those plugins where it's like when you shout someone out, it plays a random clip from their channel. But the last time that happened to me, it played the clip of like the receipt clip of me saying I was dedicated to building the Bre sign, which should be clipped. I'm not arguing with that, but it's not very funny content. So I was like, oh, okay. Don't worry about that. That's just me committing to something that is going to take forever to do. But I am excited about it. More lubing. We on that lube grind. Yes, sir. But this time there will be a keyboard at the end of the day. We're building a little 65% hot swap today. The Keydous68. This is a cool little board. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Math Wiz. Matthew Wiz. As I'm sure was not your intention with that name. Oh, yeah. This is the Delta Hub Carpio. Your boy's a sucker for a good Instagram ad, and this one got me good. And I gotta say, it's pretty nice. Like, yeah, they've been absolutely spamming me with emails for their version 2 of it, but I will say it's kind of nice once you get used to it. It's not great for gaming because it doesn't really stick with you well enough for that. But like if you use a wrist rest on a keyboard, it makes sense to use a wrist rest on a mouse. So I got the large one, and it's honestly almost a little big for my hand, but it's got these little these things pop off. So I can probably just 3D print an adapter to scooch those in a little bit. You bought the V1 2 weeks before the V2 came out? I mean, I don't really know even what the main differences were. Like, they just sent me a lot of renders, and it took me forever to understand that, like, the main picture they're posting is, like, the underside of it. So I just glued it. Yeah, that's true. I have dropped this thing on the floor multiple times, and these things just pop off. So there's that. Yeah, I think they changed the slides a little bit. Like, the new version has the underside is a lot more open, and so there's like only a couple points of contact, and then the top has been redone a little bit. But anyways, they're really on that email thing though. They send me emails constantly. They're like, hey, we just gave you free shipping for a lifetime, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, if I think they just released a mouse pad too, maybe. I don't know, but I did buy 2 of them. I have one at work. Because they ship from what, like Iceland or something. I'm not really sure, but they it was a lot cheaper to buy 2 at once. And I have one here and one at work. So yeah, I would say I recommend. If you could get it, you know, with free shipping, that would be definitely better, because I think the shipping was almost as expensive as the product. But speaking of shipping, I got some more tea for you. I don't know that I want to be... Please know that I'm not in any way bad-mouthing this vendor. Because this is tea about a keyboard vendor. But something funny happened today where... So Ungodly Designs is a design company. Okay, time off to bed. All right, Patness. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you being here. And also hanging out during the day. It's fun. Okay, so here's the tea, y'all. So, Ungodly Designs is this little... Oh, I'm talking about flashing the lights during the day in my chat. Oh, wait. Oh, get off bed. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying you're going to go to bed. I see. Right, because opposite sides of the world and all that. Right. Well, have a good day then. Hello, Elvin. Thank you for the flash. Also, I'll send you that code that I wrote too, so you can get your Node.js bot working. Anyways, okay. I've started this story like 3 times and I keep getting distracted. But Ungodly Designs, they make a board called the Lunar. It's a board that uses the DZ60, but it's got a really interesting case design that's super cool. That's kind of irrelevant because I ordered the board from them. They shipped it to me. I got it last week. Today, I got another package from Ungodly Designs, and I was like, what is this? Like, they already sent me the board. Okay, this is a huge package. It's really long, but it's super light. And I was like, it looks like maybe like what you would put a poster in or something. So I open up the package, and it's a plastic hitch cover for a Tesla Model Y. And it's addressed to me. It's from Ungodly Designs using the same label as the keyboard. And I was like, why did they send me that? And so I sent them an email and I was like, hey guys, no problem with my order, but for some reason you just mailed me a Tesla hitch cover. And they were like, the lead engineer over there responded immediately, like in 10 minutes. It was like, he replied with a shipping label for return shipping. And he's like, oh yeah, let's just send that back. I was like, okay, all right. Well, I guess I'll forward your mail if you send me more stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but it was pretty funny. So anyways, no harm, no foul. I'm mailing out this board tomorrow anyway, so I have to go to the post office. But it was pretty funny that it's like, well, okay. I guess you probably need this back. So there you go. But never had that happen before. And I'm very curious how it happened. So, but yeah, that was today. I was very excited at first because I was like, ooh, more stuff from Ungodly. What is it? But that board's pretty... Whoa. I caught it. Caught it with my thighs. All right. Ungodly Designs makes this really cool... It's called the Luna. It's kind of based off the moon landings. I got a black one, and it's cool because it's like a sandwich mount where there's a gasket sandwiching, like it's an integrated top plate and then a solid bottom plate and then a gasket in between. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see my hand. What am I doing? Anyways, yeah, they make really cool stuff. So anyways, I have a black one of these that I'm going to build on stream at some point. But anyways, I was like, ooh, is this a streamer promo thing? I didn't even mention I'm a streamer. And then it's just someone else's wrong mail. That was a humbling experience, but yeah, it is pretty cool. I'm very excited to build it. So I don't know what switches to put in it yet, though. But those clear keycaps in that photo are wild. I don't know if that's a render or photo. I think it's a render, but they're pretty cool. The purple clicky BlackBerry ones. You talk about the C3 switches? We were talking about those earlier. The C3 BlackBerries that are coming out soon. Yes, exactly. Those are yeah, I'm definitely interested to get my hands on one at some point. But I was talking about the just a second ago I was talking about these clear keycaps on this render of this keyboard here that I thought were really interesting. But yeah, once the Blackberries come out, I'll definitely try getting my hands on them and testing them out at least, because I'm curious what the mechanism will be, if it's like a click jacket or a click bar. What's up, Archetype? Is it Archetype or Archetype? I'm assuming it's Archetype, but... Oh, I should. Slap some clicks in there. when they come out. Is this a common question? It's like the English word archetype. Okay. Cool. Dude, I just saw... Oh, Theremin. And Shinbur. Oh my gosh. Everybody up in here at the same time. Oh, I have exclamation point goat up in... Oh, wait. Elvin had that ready to go. You can just type exclamation point goat in chat and it'll put that in. Shinbur, how are ya? Archetype, I just saw some of those artisans you posted on Instagram. I've actually been following you for a while and I didn't even put it together. Because I've seen you in Diz's chat a lot too. And I was like, I saw like the boombox artisan, like the enter key. And I was like, oh, that is the coolest artisan I've ever seen. Shinbur, have a good night, my guy. Love you too. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna be all up in that boombox. The ghetto blaster. Good, good. Sleep well, my sweet prince. 808 was the first. Nice, right on. Command add Octopus. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. See, Frank, I'm letting you be a mod. You don't have to yell at me when I mod. But for real though, if Frank isn't modding your channel, are you even a keyboard streamer? And also, he fixed my I think, what was the command that you put in? Oh, the shout out command. You put that in like day one, and I am very appreciative. Such a handy one. Yeah, Frank. It's just spam up in here. It's not. These are all good people. For real though, if you haven't followed Archetype on Instagram, you definitely should, because the desk mats are... You know?
Bruh.
We up in the...
Bruh basement.
Oh no. All right. We're getting there. Paparazzi over here. Frank do be that way. He do be the paparazzi. Oh, what is this? A Reddit link. It's Oliver Tree. You guys ever listen to Oliver Tree? Very interesting music. But this guy very much looks like that. Oh, I typed olive tree. You know this guy? You ever heard his music? Look it up. It's weird, but it's interesting. Yeah, I missed the 808 and now this one. I need more funds from X Artisan. Quick, do a subathon. I'm gonna be honest though, I feel like those are so much work. Like, I don't know. After watching, I was like barely in Disastertron subathon because I had stuff to do, but I was like, my word, that seems like a lot to do. More of 1000 Gex kind of guy. All right, all right. I hear a lot of 1000 Gex like audio clips now in like TikTok and Instagram clips. I guess that's not really where I expected to be hearing them, but if we meme and yeah. I mean, it's funny, like I've started to kind of unironically like Oliver Tree's music. But yeah, it's definitely like maybe more also just that I really respect how he stays in character no matter what. Like he made a music video and then he made a documentary for the music video where he was in character the entire time. No TikTok here. Yeah, I'm not either. It's just that my wife watches a lot of Instagram videos that are ripped off TikToks, so we wouldn't have it if not for the goat content. That's true. Oh, right. This is archetype keycaps, not archetype desk mat. What am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm freaking lubing switches, my guy. Mostly off camera so you can't see me. Oh, mix lube like that? Well, it all came to the top. So what I do is I dip the brush in and then I use the lid to kind of wipe. This is the lid of the lube, so I'm just like wiping it to spread it on my brush a little bit. Appa from the top of the ropes comes in swinging. Thank you, Appa. If I ever get scared and I feel threatened, I'm gonna just at Appa in the chat and I'll be okay. Everything will be fine. Well, Frank, I don't know. We gotta have limits somewhere. Yeah, no, I do think though that I've noticed that Crytox 205G0 tends to separate a little bit. I don't know if any of you have had that experience too, but it's like it seems like it separates into like a little bit of oil and grease. At least on the last jar that I just finished up this stream, it was like a little bit oily. So I don't really know. I think I need to just grab a popsicle stick and mix it, but this shipped to me upside down, understandably, and so all of it's up at the top. But too bad I can diffuse Appa instantly. Oh no. Yes. I do want to see. Show me this power. Are you gonna play the mic check clip? Yeah, I knew it. I knew that's what it was gonna be. You know what's funny is that Grid discovered my channel. He was the first person from like the whole Key community who found me. So I followed him back, and then I was in his channel and I heard him do that mic check, but I didn't know the context. So I thought it was like an original thing that he was doing. So then every time I heard that Appa clip, I was like, oh, she's doing the Grid thing. So it took me a while to figure out that that's not true. Accepted. Oh yeah, this is the best way to find out who's a Tim Keyless sub in my chat.
Ah.
That's how you know. They post the There you go. There it is. There it is. They come out of the woodwork. I also don't know that the mic check, I feel like that would just make it worse. Who's second best mod? Is that Frank? Is Appa first best mod? First best mod is Elvin. Oh. Second best mod is Appa. Oh, I see. I see. Second best mod and best worst mod. Best worst mod. All right. She take those. Frank is terrible mod number 5. Okay. I'm gonna need to see the tier list here, my guy. Can you, Archetype, can you put together a keyboard mod tier list, please? And send it to me. I need this. Because he left me hanging in voice chat. Oh, okay. I have one right here. Oh, he got one ready to go. Okay. Dude, that would have been so baller if you just like immediately replied with a link. Boom. Here you go. I put a lot of thought into this. Imagine. Where did that come from? There's all these little isms that people say, and I don't know where that one came from. Done with work? Nice. Well, as you can see, I am the slowest luber in the world, so I'm still wrapping this up here, but yeah, you'll get to hear the sound test. We're doing it live. Imagine, is Appa the one who started that? Okay. Like I said, I spent a long time thinking that the mic check thing came from Grid, because he did it on his stream. Slow, yeah, that's true. Diz is pretty slow. I got it from Bin. Oh, okay. Bin seems like a bit of a trendsetter. Okay. So originally, okay, all right. I'd buy that. I'd buy that for $1. I do too. I was kind of sad to see that she's gonna be stepping back from streaming a little bit, but I'm really happy that she's like not feeling pressured to stream if she's not feeling it, you know? Like, I don't know. You just don't want like your own enjoyment of someone to kind of ruin their mental health. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm happy that she's not going to be, I don't know, doing something she doesn't enjoy. But I'm going to miss her. I don't know if y'all saw that post on Discord, but I think today it was a little status update. Bin was one of the first keyboard streamers I ever discovered. So, it's been a while. I think like Bin, Alex Odos, well, Teja obviously, everyone's heard of him, but then like I found Bin's channel, then I found Alex's channel, and then I found Apiary. Were like the first 3 that I found. The day that Bin streams is always a good day. Yes. Who's Teja? Who that guy? Never heard of him. Yet another Nathan in the keyboard industry. That's who. We've got so many. And by that I mean 3 that I know of. That's true. The day that Appa gets her stabs is a good day. Appa, I'll freaking mail you more stabs if it means that you can stream. To be honest, I think I actually watch Teja the least. Yeah, to be honest, I do too. I don't know. I think part of it is just because when you're in a stream that big, like they're not gonna see your chat, you know, and it doesn't feel like as much of a community. So it's like, yeah, exactly, Trixie. It's like I can talk to someone. I can talk to Frank and he'll see my chat. Heck, I can put Bray in Frank's chat and I'll see myself. So like, I just think the community is more fun. Yes, please. I'll send my claims to Appa. Yes. Honestly, think that this is. Thank you, Filet. Appreciate it, my guy. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, it's like next week, Appa's gonna have like 50 stabilizers in her mailbox. Wins Artisan sends to Appa. Hey, there you go. Didn't she just send you a milkshake? I saw that on your stream today, Elvin. Wins board, sends it to me. Yeah, exactly. I've got a milkshake that I've had for a long time, but I still need to. I want to mod it on stream, but I haven't taken the time to do that yet. You want a milkshake? Archetype. Oh, I was gonna say, if you want an NK65 milkshake edition, we can probably work out a deal, my guy. Long time. I have had this milkshake in my freezer. You should get the FR4 plate from the NK65. Ooh, that's a good idea. I should do that. And I should also get some Hyperglide clip-ins. Some plate or PCB or yeah, plate mount stabs. Also, did you see, by the way, I thought this was impressive that Novel Keys changed the NK87 to now come with screw-in stabilizers as a default. I thought that was impressive. The Oblivion one, yes, that one did look really nice. If I hadn't already ordered the Oblivion base set, I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Do you know though, like, because for instance, the keycaps on the NK65 Milkshake Edition are die sub. Does the Oblivion NK65 come with the GMK keycaps, or is it like a die sub version of those? And they have so the NK87 supported both, and it was originally shipping with the PCB mount, but they switched it, so it's shipping with the screw-ins. At least what they said. That's what they said in their latest update video. I wonder if they will come pre-installed, since that was harder to mass menu. Yeah, no, I don't know either, but in their last video, that's what Mike said. He's like, yeah, we switched it. We heard you guys, and we're switching it to screw-in stabilizers that you get. I don't know if they just come in the box or they are pre-installed. I would guess they just come in the box and you have to install them, but who knows? Because I don't think that the NK87 came with keycaps, did it? Yes, for the 87. I actually don't think the 65 entry supports screw-ins at all. Unless I'm mistaken. Also, what am I doing? I need to put some films and springs in here. I'm jumping the gun here. If the NK65 entry does support screw-in stabilizers, I'm 100% swapping them on the Milkshake edition that I got, because stabilizers are pretty bad. Wish I got the random Frank P and K68. They had that in stock for a long time. It just was like chilling in stock forever. So they must have ordered a lot of them because it came with. It was a mint colored Switch, but I'm not sure which one. Was it the official mint linear? It did. Okay, cool. Well, that's a big. Oh, silks. Right. It was mint colored silks. Right. Is it in stock? No, it's not. Yeah, I know they were doing a clearance. They were doing like we're trying to get rid of all the stuff that we've got left over, and so I know those were part of that clearance. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think that one's gonna come back if they had a ton in stock, but maybe they just ordered a ton. Which was nice that they had it in stock for a while. Obviously, like for them, it's hard to have tons and tons of stuff in stock because I gotta keep it somewhere. But for the community, it's nice because if someone joins the community and the group buy is already gone, it's like, oh hey, is that an in-stock keyboard? What? Is that the random Frank P desk mat? I do like that it was pretty subtle. Like if you knew his branding, you would recognize that it was RFP, but it was like, it was cool looking, I thought. I didn't buy it. And I also am saying that while rocking the Glars's red desk mat, so whatever. Topo is pretty nice. I did a t-shirt design for a friend where I printed a topo of a local mountain range on a black t-shirt with like shiny black ink, and it turned out really well. I really liked it. So actually, he's one of my mods here on the channel. Is it just me, or does this stream buffer quite often? Does it? I don't know. What's my bitrate at? 5800? I'm getting buffer at 480p. Can anyone else verify? Not buffering at all? Have you tried not being in 17 streams at once? Called out. Other streamers are fine, just this one. Huh. All right. I don't know, man. I will say, you never know with Montana internet what you're going to get. So, I think I've only got 20 up for my upload speed, so who knows? Acceptance is the first step to recovery. Yes, it is. Has Frank overextended himself? No. The Batman knows no limits. Random stream Frank. I still think it's crazy that you're a mod of 100 channels, my guy. Lol. And yet, he's modding me right now. I don't either. Like, are you modding somebody else right now? I'm assuming you are, but... Who, Frank? Most of my streams are unannounced, so they're secrets. Well, if only there was a way for me to go into a stream and see who the mods are. I see Manoli's online. You're just monitoring chats and working. Nice. What do you do? You're a freelance photographer. Is that what you do full time, or do you do other things as well? Do you have as many side hustles IRL as you have channels to mod? It is full time. Nice. Good for you. Editing photos. Nice. Are you a Lightroom boy? I am a Lightroom boy. Mostly because I have an Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, and that's the one it comes with. Nah, I'm lucky enough that my freelance gig's enough to make a living. That's awesome. That's cool. I like when you can do that. I would like, I don't know that I have the guts, you know? Like, I feel like if I started to do really well with streaming, I would still just keep working as a dev, you know? I'd still put in as much time as I could, but like, you know, it's like I don't have the guts to like not work a 9 to 5. I don't know. It's good work though. I also really enjoy software development, to be fair. So I think if I left, I would get behind in my understanding pretty quick, because on the front end, like web side of things, it moves so fast. Stuff becomes outdated really quickly. All right, let's pop the tops on these. Let's. I'm gonna lube all the tops at once here. Should probably zoom out a little bit because I realize I hold stuff really close to my face and you can't really see what I'm doing. If you care. Or you're just vibing. I'm just vibing. The crotch angle. Oh, that's true. Don't look. Avert your eyes. We're all adults here. Unless Quap is here and I'm not aware of it. Got another Discord ping. Now we Gucci. All right. Flash. Patness is back. Welcome back. Thank you for returning. I don't think Flash works unless it's the entire content, or it's the only thing in the message. Back for the third time. Nice. Hello, hello. I don't think I need to lube this top. Great. Okay. Let's pop them on here. Layman, are you with a baby? Yeah, yep. You are with child. Nice. Also not nice. Hope you get comfortable. Off duty now? Nice. Right on. Woot! Appreciate you hanging out, even while trying to get small ones to sleep. Woot! Double O's. You guys remember that website, Woot? They would have like sales on overstocked items and stuff. Or was I the only one that used that? And then I think they got bought out by someone, but I can't remember who. Yeah? Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Good. They used to have these little like sometimes they would ship a little monkey that you'd put its paws on your fingers and it had surgical tubing in it, and you'd pull it back and shoot it, and then it would scream while you while it was in the air because it had a little motion sensor. And we got like a cow and a frog and a monkey, and then we swapped all of their little voice boxes. But then, and so we would shoot them at each other at work. But then one of them like went in the sink and got wet, and it wouldn't stop screaming. And it was kind of horrifying, so we had to put it in a drawer till the battery died. So, Amazon bought them out. Interesting. Okay. Switches are done. Once I get this last one in there. That is terrifying. Yeah, it was kind of tragic. Because we loved the monkey. I think it was the cow that had the monkey's voice box, though, that got wet. Also, when I was a kid, we had Furbies. And so my dad's an electrical engineer. So anytime that something would go wrong, he would take it apart and fix it, right? So my little sister had a Furby that wouldn't stop with this one voice line. So I was just sitting there in the car, repeating this like ay 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 voice line over and over. So we took it to him and we're like, Dad, fix the Furby. And so he's like, okay, I'll fix it. Takes the batteries out. And then he pulls the skin off of it. And and then as kids, we're just looking at this skinless skeleton of a Furby. And it was awful. We were so traumatized by that. So 0 out of 10, do not recommend skinning your Furby, even with the best of intentions. He did fix it, but there was just like 2 days where it was around the house and we hated it. I know. What was he thinking? This is nice and chill, decompressing from retail hell. Oh, RIP. Asked the little lady how she was doing, and she said, better than you. Oh, some spice on that lady. Ouch. Well, glad you can come here and vibe. We do try to keep it chill here. Sometimes we get a little wild in the
Bread basement.
But that lady's got no filters. I know. Wow. What a power move. Like, that's rude, but also I get it. Like, if I'm like 80 years old and I've done my time, I'm gonna be sassing people left and right. I had my cousin's great aunt. I remember hanging out with her once, and she said, when you turn 80, you get the right to wear purple, spit in the street, and say whatever you want. And I think about that a lot. Like, can I not wear purple now? Because I do that sometimes. All right, let's mod these stabilizers. Bray. All right, so I think selling electronics. Oh, boy, I bet that's the worst kind of customer service, is like helping old people with electronics. Oof. There's so many stabilizers in here. This is like an entire 104 kit. All right. Well, we don't need that many. We just need a few. I put all the... well... My Gam has lost her filter. She says some pretty raw things. Do you guys remember a time when, like, your parents or your grandparents said something that shocked you? Because I do as a kid. I was like, oh my. What was that? You know? There we go. All right. Alrighty. So let's pull the OEM stabs out of here. If there's also some rattle, sometimes you can put a little piece of tape near the top of the housing, and that'll help dampen that a touch. Yeah, retail seems like a brutal job to work as is, and then you toss in selling tech and a global pandemic, and that seems tough, to say the least. All right, I'm just gonna put these stabs back in the bag, just to confirm that this is a 6.25 and not a 7U. Yes, that looks like beef tip chunks. It do be looking like beef tip chunks though. I defrosted a whole thing of bacon tips like last week. I should eat some of those. But I ate like a pound. No, it was like 2 pounds of pork on Saturday. So I'm still recovering from that. Only fun part is buying demos. Oh, are you serious? Dude. That's pretty cool. That's a definite perk. For sure. Especially when it's hard to get electronics as is. That is a snagging deal. An MSI? Nice. I use an MSI laptop at work. I do like it. So we just need 3 of these. Two, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, definitions. Good to see you again. I know you were here earlier. I like the little MSI dragon. I don't remember its name, but it's that little red dragon. He's pretty cool. All right, so we're gonna holy mod these babies. So that means we need a band-aid. That's what that was there for, filet. I wasn't trying to hide it. Okay, everybody calm down. Holy time. Yes, sir. I think I'm gonna peel first because I always have trouble pulling off this backing after I've so Flash, what's up, Alpha? She back. So holy is just a way to reduce the some of the rattle a little bit by adding some padding in there. It's cute. Yes, I remember every time I deal with someone asking if it helps make the 5G, government puts the vaccines. Oh yes. It's always funny when people are like, what magic was that? Flash. Yes, you can type !flash in my chat to flash all of my lights. It is a neat little feature that that Patnus is fond of. So Yes, it is. You have to type just exclamation point flash. You can't have any other text with it. But yeah. I do realize that the oh, there we go. I need to fix it because as of right now, it works when I'm offline too. So people will stop by my chat sometimes and flash my lights. All right. Bre, I think it's Patnus Bre is the command on that one. I don't know if it's case sensitive or not.
Bre.
Yes. I was there for that. That was a great day. We got 2 breads that day actually. I had to pick one. Do you know how hard that is? To pick between 2 Patnus Bres? Patnus is a marketing genius, I think. Like top tier wholesomeness, good stream vibes. Knows how to put reverb on stuff. Yes, Patnus streams. Go give Patnus a follow right now, y'all. Makes artisan keycaps and crafting and keyboards, all kinds of things. It's a great time. If you think my vibes are chill, we get a little wild in here. You know, sometimes we don't be chill. But Patnus be chill. SMH. Just honestly, that's a great point, Appa. Like basically anyone you'll find in my chat is probably a content creator or streamer of some kind. Even Dabbling Layman is getting into it. I'm anticipating a stream soon. Is he dabbling? He is currently dabbling. Maybe someday he won't be. Maybe someday he'll be committed, but for now he's dabbling. I also don't know where the threshold of being a layman is. I feel like streaming like artisan keycaps would be harder than keyboards though. Like there's a lot involved. Like I know when GUI streams, like he's got like resin timers and a little thing to show when he's got his mask on and stuff, and I'm like, wow, there's a lot involved here. You would never worry about chat being dead. GUI and Ado are great artisan streamers. Yes, they're very fun to watch. Oh, just dropped the tweezies. I dropped my tweezers and the Patnus turned the lights out while I was trying to find them. I've given her too much power.
Ah.
Bad mech. What's going on? Who uses foot pedals? Does GUI or does Ado? She said Flash. Okay, all right. Everybody calm down. I think GUI does. That actually makes a lot of sense because I was like kind of curious how he was pulling all that off because I never saw him. I was like, I assumed he had something off stream, but Auto? Oh, I've always just said Ado. Well, there you go. And I've only heard Elvin say it, and I don't know that I can always trust Elvin to pronounce it. You never know with that guy. He says whatever he wants. And it's within his right. My boyfriend asked, do you feel like a patron at the opera? Do you have your little opera glasses? Elvin. Speak of the man. What do you mean? What do I mean? Oh. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what I mean. Elvin Bray. Did it work?
Bruh.
It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? But for real though, if any of you are out there and would like to submit a Brett clip, whether you're a streamer or not, please do, and I will get a whole menagerie of Brez up in this stream. I do need to get Handsome Devil as a command too. That is a massive oversight. Frank, can you make me a Handsome Devil command? Yes, you can. Yes, we can have a bread from Archetype. I approve of this alteration. You can draw a face on a baguette. It just needs to have a lot of reverb. So if you draw a face on a baguette and then just film some sort of noise with tons of reverb, I will accept that. And I will have Archetype Bre and Archetype Bread be usable commands. Baguettes can store so many reverbs. How many reverbs per reverb? $14 per gram, good to know. Of an unladen baguette, though. African or European? See, I knew Frank wasn't here. Here's the thing, though. Frank isn't here right now. And I said, Frank, can you add me a Handsome Devil command? He didn't hear me. But the second that I do a shout out for someone, myself, he's going to be up in here like, ask your mod. Like, mark my words. If I do it again, he's going to be on me. Can you make me a mod just to make Frank mad? Yes. Oh. That's a good idea. Did it work? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Everybody hide. Back to your seats, class. Nothing happening here. Nothing happening here. Everybody run.
Hello, Frank.
Oh no. That was perfect timing. Oh no. I don't know. I know literally nothing about modding. I almost accidentally modded Appa, which is what I'm trying to avoid with this stream. What's going on in here? I see a lot of things happening. Ad blocked term the. You can't type the? Oh no. Oh no. He wouldn't. Used ad blocked term shout out. Oh no. The man must be stopped. I've done something that I should not have done. Ad blocked term exclamation point octopus. Oh, come on. This is a very tedious process that I'm doing nowhere close to the camera, so nobody can see what I'm doing, but I'm putting little pieces of Band-Aid into the stabilizer housings while you can't see anything. But don't worry. We're here for the chat. It's really fun having a super active chat. Like, I can't tell you how many streams I did where, like, people would be in for a little bit, and then it would be like 2 hours of nothing. Which is fine, because I really just wanted to get the VODs on YouTube so that I could show people my work. But it's so much more fun to have people in chat. It's great. I appreciate you guys. We will be here. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. Dude, Filet was there. Ask Filet. He knows. He was with me. Yeah, I think everybody has that though. You gotta have that for a while. You know, it's like, unless you have like a huge social media following elsewhere before you start streaming, that just happens. You know, and I knew that. It's not like I wasn't expecting it. Ducktective. Dude, we had some good conversations. Me and Duck. We just hung out and vibed. It was fun. I do remember too, actually, early on. You probably remember this, Filet, but I would bring on my friends on Discord just to like have somebody to talk to, like IRL. So it wasn't just me sitting here silently. And then I remember I had a friend of mine on, and he was like cleaning his garage. So there was just tons of noise in the background. And I got raided by somebody, like my first raid. I think it was the Key Company raided me. And everyone was like, what is all that noise in the background? And I was like, so I just hung up and didn't say anything. I was like, don't worry about it. There's nothing happening here. Good times. Yeah, TKC raided me. They were one of the very first people, right? In fact, maybe they were the first people, because I was building a barley corn with tangerines, And they were like, I went back and watched the VOD because I was like, how on earth did they find me? And they just scrolled to the bottom of the streamers list and found the first person they could find who was using TKC products. So yeah, it was wild. I was sitting there with 2 viewers, and then TKC comes in with like 40, and I was like, okay, hello. And I just didn't know how to react. Yeah, you told me that, Filet. They came into your chat and they offered you Tangies when they weren't even selling them. That's so funny. That's hype. Oh. My wife just sent me a Snapchat of my in-laws' tiny, tiny little dog. It's like 6 pounds. One time they left it with us for a weekend, and we dyed it. We gave it pink polka dots. That was a good time. Dude, the Barleycorn stream was a long time ago. I remember you being like, this is going to be a long stream. And I was defiant and was like, no, it's not. It's going to be fine. And then like 4.5 hours later, I was like, Filet was right. Oh no. It's a cute little dog. It's named Amelia. And it's pretty good as far as little dogs go. Like, I'm normally more of a big dog kind of person, but it is a cute little doggo. Also, weirdly okay with guns. Sometimes we go out in the woods and just shoot at stumps and stuff because we live in Montana, and that's sometimes the only thing to do here. And she could be in like a backpack, and you could shoot a gun with her just there, and she wouldn't care. So very interesting. We have little headphones that you can put on her so that her ears don't get hurt, but she just doesn't give a rip. You can shoot at stumps. Hey, come to Montana. You can shoot at a stump. That's that's all too true, my friend. Yep. But for real though, hands up in chat if you've ever shot at a stump. Put an A in chat if you've shot at a stump. Hands up. Layman. Oh, Trixie shot at a stump. Filet's got a hand up. All right, see? Apparently you don't have to come to Montana for that, so I need a new selling point. I mean, the fishing's good. And the skiing is great. But also, we've had a ton of people move here during the pandemic. It was crazy too. Like the median house price where I live went up to $650,000 during the pandemic. It was unbelievable. I was 12 years old in Minnesota with my girlfriend, and she showed me how to shoot a shotgun. Nice. Dude, shotguns are no joke. Like a 12 gauge will kick like a mule, but it's really fun to shoot clay pigeons. I can now use Chromecast. Oh no, I'm on the big screen. Better not do anything sus up in here. Used to shoot shotgun sports. A lot of fun. Yep. Literally the best home defense weapon as well. That's true. And that, in fact, my father-in-law has always said, like, the best home defense is the sound of a shotgun. And I kind of agree. Lost interest, but still do it occasionally. Yeah. It's also not cheap. So many Montana words in one sentence. Listen, I got Montana words for days. Guns are the most deadly. Yeah, I don't own a gun personally, which is like crazy pants for living in the state that I live in, but it's, I don't know. I got friends that have them, and it's like, if I ever wanted to shoot one for fun, I can, but I don't know. I'd rather not have a home accident. Plus, okay, like home defense, it's like if a murderer came into my house to kill me, I would like to defend myself. But if somebody came into my house to steal my TV, is it really worth killing somebody over a TV? I don't really know. I've been debating that. It's like, nah. Ray guns. Okay. It shoots Bray. I've been debating. I don't know. It's just like I've thought about getting a gun for like home defense, but it's like I don't know that I can justify shooting a person over stuff. You know what I mean? But not everybody breaks into your house to steal your stuff. But I've also never had a break-in, so I don't know. Someone came to my house and they wanted to steal my TV, it's fine. But if they wanted to touch my keyboard, it's game over. Oh, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. I have a couple, but all torn down. Yeah. No, I would totally buy like a shotgun for sport shooting and just keep it in like a gun safe or whatever. You know. And especially, you know, if I have kids someday, I'm just like absolutely not leaving a gun anywhere accessible. This Melody 65 is incredibly heavy. I could probably fight someone off with it if I had to. You know, threaten them with it. Don't make me get out the Melody. We should change the topic before chat becomes something else. Okay, Frank, quick, pick a topic. Quick. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not saying don't have a gun for home defense. I'm just, for me personally, I guess, I don't know. Frank, hurry. Favorite McDonald's order? That's a good one. Not ordering? Okay, true, but also sometimes nothing hits quite like McDonald's. Like, I don't know that any of us could admit that we're above that. But Wendy's is definitely my favorite. But every once in a while, as much as I love a Wendy's nug and I love a spicy Wendy's nug, I'm like, I gotta get me some of that pink slime nuggets from McDonald's, or a fillet of fish made of who knows what. That seasonal strawberry and cream pie with the chocolate sundae. What? What is that? I didn't even know that was a thing. What? Y'all need to try chicken nuggets with honey sauce. Oh, I always get the sweet and sour, but I should try the honey. I need to try this. What season is it seasonal for? Barbecue? Yeah, barbecue's solid. You know what really annoys me is when what Wendy's had that Sawsome sauce, right? I hate the name, but it's really good, and I like resent the fact that they make me say it every time I buy it. It's like, yes, I'll have this Sawsome sauce. Ooh, we got a link. The summer pie. It's summer. Ooh. That looks great. It's like half and half. Yo. Look at that. That's tasty. Man, McDonald's do be making good pies, though. I should text... My wife is still out right now. I should text her and be like, yo, bring your boys some McDonald's. Fruit shouldn't be warm? What do you mean? What do you mean, my guy? You ever had an apple pie? You ever had apple crisp? You ever had... Quick, someone else think of a warm fruit. I don't know. Peach cobbler. Thank you, Trixie. Yes. Peach cobbler is fantastic. My statement still stands. Fair enough. Fair enough. More for me. That's what I say. Dude, some hot apple pie right out of the oven with some cold vanilla ice cream. That duality of temperatures really gets me going. It's pretty good. I do like it. Okay. really it gets the motor running, you know what I mean? I shouldn't double down whenever I say something sus. That's not what I want to be on brand for me. I do my very best to avoid degen hours. But sometimes they happen. Where's my phone? We're going to balance the stab wire roll right quick. Oh. My wife's home. I think it's too late for McDonald's, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't even give you a chance to order. Dang it. Spinner with poppers on the corner? What? I've never owned a fidget spinner. But a friend of mine runs a local skate shop, and he said that during the fidget spinner craze, he could not keep ball bearings in stock because everyone was making them and selling them online. I definitely got the appeal, but I just never had one because I'm a kind of fidgety guy myself. All right. Cool. Stabs are in. The next thing I'm going to do is figure out how to bust into this joint and Tempest mod the PCB. Based on what I'm seeing here, and I don't feel any recesses underneath these rubber pads, so I'm thinking that I need to pop open the back here. But I need to be very careful. Yep, so there's something called the Tempest mod, which is where you stick painter's tape on the back side of the PCB, and it mutes the sound a little bit. So yeah, we'll be doing that today. I did that to a tofu a few streams ago, if you saw that VOD, and you know, it works really well for some boards, not for others, but typically hot swap boards, it helps a lot. Okay, I'm gonna need to shim this. I added 2 layers of PE foam. Haven't tried tape mod yet. Yeah, it's a relatively new thing. I've seen it everywhere ever since it first kind of came out. I actually don't know who originated it. I've heard a rumor that it was Patness, but I don't know if that's true or someone was just joking with her. But I wouldn't put it past her. No. Patness says no. That's one opinion. Could it be Tempest? It was me. Yeah, it's called the Tempest mod, so I think... who is Tempest? Is this somebody I should know? I'm not smart enough to come up with this clever mod. Tempest pioneered the Tempest mod, aka tape mod. Yes, but who is Tempest? He makes fancy key pullers and is generally a brilliant dude. Oh, okay, okay. Cool. Well, now you know. But Flash, he got me. You is smart. Okay, we're in, boys. I'm in. Okay, so we got the outer case off. So let's check the deets. I believe this just lifts out. There's probably a battery connector in here because this is Bluetooth. Since I use frog tape, which is pretty hefty, I just do one. Okay, there were two connectors. One is for probably a Bluetooth transmitter, and one is for a nice beefy battery. So, very cool. All right, so let's get that done. Little crystal oscillator here. Here's your MCU. I don't recognize that. Here's your little switch. We'll leave that on. That's your on-off switch. Cool. Looks like there are LEDs that are mounted facing up, so we don't have to worry about that. Frog tape was pioneered by Gian. All right. I'm gonna grab my tape. Cool. So we'll just do a nice little, probably 2 layers, and I'll cut it around the switch because we don't want to mess with any of these components. Oh, jeepers. We've been on for almost 4 hours now. We'll do a little one of these. We'll cut her down. Okay. I think that, yeah, that's good. We'll still make good electrical contact there. Everything is good here. I heard, like, everywhere I go, I hear that Gian is the best. Like, every board that he makes is immaculate. But I still don't have one. SMH. Someday. Got to make sure this tape doesn't interfere with the switch action. Have you been trying for frog? I actually, hey, also, hello, Rolly. I haven't been, to be honest, I don't really know how. Like, I went on his website and I got kind of confused, and that's about it. But I've been seeing people sell frogs on Mech Market. They'll sell them for like $500 with no PCB, which is really annoying. So I'm just adding 1 layer because it's really, really thick tape. So that seems to generally be sufficient with this tape. Join the Swag Keys Discord. Oh, okay. Is that how you do it? Is that how you go through his Discord? Last run there was an MCU shortage, so they didn't ship with. Oh, that's why. Okay, I was like, some joker out here not selling with a PCB. Swag Keys is the vendor. Gian has his own Discord. Okay, thanks, Rolly. I appreciate that. It's kind of you. If you haven't checked out Rolly's stream, go do that. He's a real wholesome guy, fun streamer. Watch. We've summoned a Frank. Oh, I did a shout out by hand. Frank's gonna be here to put the smackdown on me. Hey. All right, so we got our layer of tape. Next sale should include PCB though. Okay. Cool. Sweet. So that's looking good. Let us pop this back on. So we'll hook up the Bluetooth board and the battery. Okay. So that's good. And then we'll run the USB-C port through here. Ah, I see. We do have some standoff holes that need to be punched. We may be able to just manually do that. Or at least get the... Are you asking Appa or me how work's going? Appa, what do you do for work? Both? Oh, going well. I'm a software developer, so today I was working on an app for a client. But yeah, it's been good. We've been fortunate to have lots of work still throughout all this. It's more just chip shortages. Work is May. I applied for a few jobs. Okay, that's a step. Okay. Cool. So that's back assembled. Very nice. Interesting. Cool. So now I believe before I close this up, I want to check and make sure it still works. Good, good, good. That looks good. All right, so now we just flip it and pop it back in there. Oh, thank you, my mod. Hey, I was already on it. Okay, we're back and better than ever. All right, so now we're gonna pop the switches. Actually, let's put the stabilizers in and check and make sure they sound good. And if they don't, we will maybe put some tape in them. On a plate-mounted stabilizer, sometimes they have a little bit of slop front to back. So you can put a little piece of tape in there to make it better. Okay, so let's grab some 2U keys and the correct space bar. How do I unmod someone? Don't you do it. I came here for your swords. You can unmod yourself. A mod cannot unmod other mods. Interesting. Imagine unmodding other mods. We'll do normal spacebar for now. This ain't the right size though. What am I doing? Sheesh. We got a little. We got a little ticking on the right side. So let's pop this one out and put a little tiny piece of tape in there. There's a lot going in my chat right now, and I'm not paying attention. People are modding and unmodding with reckless abandon. I'm just sitting here with a picture of a McDonald's strawberry cream pie on my other monitor. It do be that way sometimes. Still looking at that. What? Keeping me awake. Thank you, Appa. Breh.
Breh.
It does. Yes. I agree. It's a seasonal thing, apparently. And I don't know if I've missed it or not. Oh, that's better. Cool, let's pop these other ones in. See how they sound. How do you like it? We don't even have an apple pie here at Thai McDonald's. Interesting. Patnus, what's a unique thing that you have at Thai McDonald's though? Like when I went to Singapore, they had matcha ice cream and salmon burgers. These are definitely the wrong key profile, but yes, Patnus is in Thailand. Rice, hee hee. Patnus just got up. Cool. Sounding decent. Let us. They have chicken and rice in the Philippines? What? Are you serious? Is it good? Or is it like... it's okay? We got some spinach cheese. Thailand is pretty. Yes. Carbonara pie, really? Not a fan of Filipino chicken in general, but it's a really popular item. Okay. Is it different? Have you had like American chicken? Or what's like the difference? Also, do you currently live in the Philippines or are you I guess I assumed you live in the US because you don't sound like you have much of an accent when I was in your stream last. You're in Cali. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Fair enough. Look at how cute this is. Look at this board. About to do Rolly. There we go. So one of the things that can tend to happen is that when you put films in switches, they will not fully close all the way, especially with these C3 switches. So just got to be on the lookout for that. It's so cute. I like it. And I think the Octopus caps are perfect. You know, I will say, though, that the caps that it shipped with were actually pretty nice. They're double shot, which I wasn't expecting. And so you have kind of like a lavender and pink or lavender and white vibe as well. So, yeah. Salmon switches for your next one. Nice, nice. Yeah, you may find that the dragon fruits have a bit of like a leaf sound to them, because I know that's been a common thing with them, is that they the leaves make a bit of noise, and I can definitely hear that a little bit on this. You'll hear what it sounds like when I do the sound test, but you don't mind that, then these are nice. I can tell you right now that if you're a boba guy, because someone was in here earlier asking difference between bobas and these guys, I think these are way less tactile. I can right off the bat, I think they're less tactile than kiwis too, but not in like an unpleasant way. Like they're not like this might as well be a linear. It's like a nice bump. Without, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Zelios can be obnoxiously tactile, you know? Salmon switches and octopus keycaps may play better. That's true. Especially if it's a board where like the edges are exposed so you can see the switches. I think those are really cool when you have like translucent switches like these. But I think this is a pretty cool board. Noise is fine. My first keyboard was an RK68, nice, with MX Blues. Yes, one of my first mechanical keyboards was an RK60 with MX Blues, or whatever, you know, RK's version of MX Blues is. But I rebuilt that one with box Jades, which were a nice clicky. And I liked that. I liked those a bit better because they seemed like a bit more of a controlled click. So yeah, if you're ever in the market for an interesting clicky, try a box navy or a box jade, depending on the weight you want, or a box white. But yeah, I think the box navies and jades have a bit more pleasing of a click than the whites do, because the bar is a little bit thicker. All right. Once these are in, we're going to pull up switch hitter and make sure that all of these work, because I don't want to have a bent pin on this thing. I think RK is funny because that stands for Royal Kludge, which isn't a good thing if you kludge something up, you know? But that's pretty funny. Just to see on the little side of the case, Royal Kludge. But it works. Okay. Let us grab the... Okay, we're done with tape. We are probably done with tweezers. Done with all this stuff. Potentially done with the switch puller. All right. Definitely done with lube. Let's get the keyboard mat out of the way. Put the little switch films back in the bag. And then let's check everything to make sure that it works. And then we'll do a speed capping, which if you've never been present, I feel like a lot of you haven't seen this before, but I'm notoriously slow at putting keycaps on keys. Not that I'm not notoriously slow at pretty much everything else. Uh-oh, my monitor just turned off. There we go. We need via. Oh, is stream frozen? Oh no. Dang it. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. It's either Streamlabs or the camera, but we'll find out. It might be Streamlabs. Let me change the source real quick. Thank you. Let me... One sec. Yeah, I tried deactivate and activate. I think it's the Camlink, the Elgato Camlink 4K is a temperamental mistress. And it is unhappy to say the least. Hey, we back. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. All right. So let us do this. Let's do a little, let me pull up via. That's what I was trying to do. And then this is actually, oh wait, this is the, yeah, it's not. Okay. Thank you, Appa. I should really consider making that a channel point redeem. Shouldn't I? Spacebar is upsetty. So this guy is mad. But this might be a mod, actually. Yes, this is a modifier to turn them into F-row keys. If you make it a channel point redeem, I will riot. So fun fact for you, I originally tried to, but I was not smart enough. So you're welcome. Q is not working. So we'll pull out space. We'll pull out Q. It is a mood. Hashtag dumb brain. Because for whatever reason, when a channel point redeems, it doesn't post a message to the chat in a way that my custom chat bot recognizes. And I was like, I'm too lazy to make that work. Just keep it until you get famous. Okay. My bum drain. Oh. Okay. Okay. That sounded worse when I said it out loud than when I read it. Thanks, Rolly. All right. Let me fix these switches real quick so they're still useful. All right. So all these switches are still good. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the most stressful 5 to 7 minutes of your life. I need to pull up a timer. So I'm very bad at putting keycaps on quickly. So in order to remedy this situation, I have decided to make it stressful for everyone. No one is safe. And we are going to speed cap this thing. Filet knows what's coming. So I live my life as chaotically as possible. So I keep everything in just these deli containers because who can be bothered? So, what I do is I dump all of my keycaps out. And then typically I would just take an eternity to just sit here while everybody else has to wait around for me to get these keycaps on while we're all waiting for the speed test. But instead, I've gamified it a little bit for your viewing pleasure and heart rate. So once I get the yes, I know, dabbling, it hurts me too, but it's more efficient and they pack up a little easier, and I'm out of excuses. So we'll call that good enough. I'll still have to flip some of them over, but yeah, we're just putting these on for the sound test, and then I'm taking them back off. So if we can get a moment of silence as we prepare ourselves, I'm going to turn down the music. Everybody ready? Here we go. You're not helping. Oh, that's the wrong key. It's making it take longer. No. I'm being bullied. Ah, that's the wrong key. I need to disable this thing. I'm so blind. No. Hello, grid. No. Appa, you gotta start banning people. Or Frank, who's in here? Yeah. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 0. We're getting there. There's more music, don't worry. I can't even imagine what my neighbors are thinking. It's party time in here. The one function key. I'm so stressed. XCVBN. Help. Oh, it's not. I can't get it on. Okay. Do I need the shift key? I do need the shift key. Nice. Okay. We're getting there. I will come look at this when I'm done and see every one of you who flashed me. This is so much harder than it should be. GHJ. Ah. Oh no. And we're already at like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Bro, I'm already off by row. Or column. Where's the wrong key? Hey, why are there so many bees in this set? I don't got time for all these bees. Arrow keys wrong? Which arrow key? This is such a bad idea. Why do I do this? And now I'm blind. What am I missing? There's like 3 more keys. Where'd they go? Where's the 9? This is like the most stressful Dora the Explorer episode ever. I don't know what goes there. We'll do another one of those. Bruh. Was my mic muted that entire time? Bruh. It was my... Wait. Could you hear me when I was yelling into the Bray mic? Or was it just me in complete silence looking like a maniac? Redo? Not on your life. Take it off and try again. No. No. Also, I'm glad to see that the client was okay with that. I'm starting to think that maybe that's mistreatment of property, but I was careful. I moved quickly, but I didn't abuse the board. All right. Let's okay. We're going to do a sound test with this thing. A lot happened in my chat that I'm never going to catch up with, but most of it was just flashing my was flashing my lights, which definitely made this way harder. So thanks for that. Thanks for the pitting up. I appreciate it. Oh, all right. That was pretty good. Let's do another speed test. Shall we? All right, so y'all already heard the before, right, with the box reds. And if not, if you're watching this on YouTube, you'll be able to click a timestamp in a comment to see this. But yeah, anyways, this is the, hold on, let me pull up the right thing here. All right, cool. We swapped it out for Dragronfruits, and we lubed and filmed them, and we also holy modded the stabilizers and Tempest modded the PCB. So here we go. All right. Look at that. Honestly, Polycaps Octopus is so nice. I don't know that I've seen it look bad on a board ever. And it's so cute with this. With the little dragon fruits and the pink case. Come on. Good night. Other 90s weebs on the internet. Let's go. Cool. Well, glad you like it. Bray. Hey, Mello. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out during all the chaos. It doesn't always get that chaotic. So I swear if you're here for chill vibes, sometimes the vibes are chill. Sometimes I throw us into a drum solo and chaos descends upon my chat. So I am still on. It's been 4.5 hours, but we finally got this bad boy done. You just missed the chaos, Ozzy. Oh, it is kind of low. I'm sorry. Let me pull this back up. There we go. How's that? It used to be chill, and then the Fire Nation attacked. That was a jam. Was the music really loud? Sounds like a regular stream length. Honestly, yeah. Plus, I don't know. I like streaming, so it's fun to hang out for a little bit longer. So, what? Hold on, we've got news, guys. Twitch rejected my B emote, and they cited single letter emote is disallowed. How is Tim allowed to have an A if I can't have
A B.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. But still, Tim, I'm not gonna tattle on you, Tim, but you're on thin ice here, buddy. Oh, because partners, right. Is that partnered streamer Tim Keyless? Oh well, that's cool. We'll find another slot. We'll find another emote. If anyone has any emote suggestions, let me know for my 5th slot. But I miss the old Tim that didn't have the A emote Tim. Time to get Nathan to partner. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Duck Bray. Cool. Well, that is it for the... Oh, yes, Trixie, I can. Did you know that that's a channel point redeem now? Which B would you like, though? I know you have plenty of channel points, so Would you like the octopus bee or the Arctic bee? You can spell bread in the emote, but you have it already. I do. I have that emote, and then I have half another emote. The Boctopus. I got the burr base. And the hashtag dog. Hashtag Boctopus. All right. Command add. I think we got that already. Wait. The command add got into the command? Oh, man. What's going on? Come on, Frank. Yeah, good question, definitions. I would say they're definitely less tactile than the bobas, for sure, if you're looking for a slightly less tactile switch. They have a tiny bit of leaf noise. So if that bothers you, the bobas definitely have a lot less leaf noise. But yeah, I would say lube it in filament, and it feels good. I like this. I am a fan. So, anyways, guys, I don't have much more to say. I'll go in and fix Frank's command. Thank you, Frank. I still love you. I appreciate you, and I need you in my life. Yeah, we are ending. I'm an old man and I am tired. So, who should we raid? Voodoo's streaming. XXW is streaming. Gym Leader Nathan is streaming. Tim Keyless is streaming. Lights out, baby. Voodoo's only got 8 people, and I think we should go over there, maybe. Right? Domo. Hammer, yep. Tom Leader Breath. Voodoo is lubing some hippos. I'm checking in right now. I'm waiting through an ad because I'm a filthy non-sub. Domo is soldering. Cool, let's raid Voodoo. Voodoo's got 8 people watching. So yeah. Schedule-wise, this Wednesday, I will be rebuilding a Corsair keyboard. I will be... Oh, this keyboard doesn't work. I even copied and pasted with it. Cool. Thank you. I will, yes. Let me know if you have any questions at all, and we can get that sorted. Thank you very much for being here, each and every one of you. This Wednesday, I'll be rebuilding a Corsair. And then this weekend, I'm taking off because I'm helping my wife out with a move. So we do get Berber guns, so our half emote suddenly becomes slightly more relevant. But yeah, anyways, that is it for me. I need to go head to bed. So thank you all for joining me. We're going to raid Voodoo. We have an exclamation point raid message. We also have exclamation point. Well, it doesn't work yet. Once my other half of my emote actually gets through there, we can use the sub raid. But until then, just use that. So thank you all. I appreciate each and every one of you. You all make it super fun to stream. Yeah, thank you for... I know Trixie always says this, and I don't want to yoink it, but your time is very valuable. So thank you for spending it here with me. I appreciate it. So yeah, anyways, have a good night, and I will see y'all later.
Bruh.